Dr. June? show, chaps.
Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
does this usually take?
Shivering and immediate return. Shoot the radar into the ground and the bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. A few more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's the computer.
Oh. Postmortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Get that in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just
like
like a
a
bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Oh man, it is good to have you here today. Happy Wednesday. Hope everyone's been having a good day so far. Speaking of turkeys, RTFM, Major Tom Tom. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Major Tom Tom, take your protein pills and put your trousers on? How does it go? Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. It's good to have everyone here. We're going to have a fun stream today. We're going to be talking about some of the stuff we were talking about yesterday. We're going to go into, we're going to talk a little bit about ichthyosaurs and about compsognathids and their possible affinity with other big theropods. And whatever else you're curious about, we'll talk about too. We're going to kind of use this to... Well. Granny Pantaloons, thank you for the 4 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Granny Pantaloons, for keeping me online the past 4 months. Yeah, and hello, Lordy. How are you doing? Welcome. It's good to see you, Lordy. Well, Hogan. Thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you very much for that support. We are running a little bit behind, honestly.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And thank you, Salamander. 14 months now at tier 3. Thank you, Sloppy Salamander. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? 14 months? Although at tier 3, that's like times 3, so that's even closer to a whole year. I appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're running a little bit behind in terms of our sub goal for the week. Should hopefully be like halfway through that by the time we're halfway through today's stream, but we'll see. People have been spending all kinds of money and being super generous about the items on the wish list, so I totally understand that gifting might be a little bit down right now. It's fine. Yeah. I'm just lucky to be able to do this. Kennedy says the Paleontologizing t-shirts arrived and my daughter loves them. That's awesome, Kennedy. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah. Very cool, Kennedy. Really cool. If you wouldn't mind posting some pictures in the Discord, I'm sure people would love to see those. If you'd like to show off those t-shirts, if you're feeling like it. Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick. Where are my manners? We've got new people here. So let me start by saying welcome, new folks, and welcome old folks, too. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a fossil scientist.
Did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't, until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Thanks for the education so far.
You bet, Flubbernutt. Thank you so much for the 13 months. Really appreciate that. And look, who's dialing in some bits here? Massachusetts guy. Thank you so much for the 600 bits. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. And see the new paper on Tychodus. I'm trying to remember what Tychodus is. I have not seen that Paleo stream. No. Oh wait, unless you're talking about that. Oh, it's not the Stegosaur with the terrible AI art, is it? Because I just saw that before I fired up the stream today. I had a busy morning. Working on a bunch of stuff and then getting some new RAM installed in the old machine here. We've quadrupled our random access memory. So I should be able to run more applications now, including a brand new bird cam that I'm excited to show everyone in a little bit. But yeah, Tychodus sounds like a pterosaurid. I don't know if it is, Double Dude, I'm not sure. And yeah, new RAM indeed, Lordy. New RAM indeed. Anyway, PaleoStream, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. If anybody's not yet following PaleoStream, you're missing out. Real life paleo artist here in the chat. Published in a bunch of different journals. Follow PaleoStream. Dinosaur Dave, thank you for the 100 bits.
Some opalized Ichthyosaurus fossils to look at.
Sure, Dinosaur Dave, why not? That sounds good. We're gonna have kind of a freewheeling stream today. I'm gonna be raiding into science streams a little bit early, I think. But yeah, we're gonna have some cool discussion. I'm excited about that. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists do not study dinosaurs. I want to make that very clear. I'm a little self-conscious about that because I feel like the general public, when they hear the word paleontology, they think of dinosaurs first and foremost, but most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil fungi, fossil fishes, vertebrates, mammals, plants, algae, stromatolites, whatever. If something once was a living thing and is preserved in the rock record, that is the purview of the paleontologist. Most of us do not work on dinosaurs. It's probably like 5 to 10% of paleontologists work on dinosaurs or something like that, I'm guessing. But I'm part of that small percentage, hence I say dinosaur paleontologist. I know we get a lot of the attention as dinosaur workers, but Yeah, I try and always make that point. We are very much in the minority. Paleontology is not just dinosaurs. But dinosaurs are what I study. Dinosaurs are what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch. And thank you for the 200 bits there, Hogan. Excellent. We got to a level 2 hype train here. Brilliant. I am counting down the days. It'll be like in about a month now. Maybe even... It might even be like a month from today. That I leave for summer fieldwork. Really excited to be out there again in Wyoming. In just a little bit. There we go. Come on, you're live. Say something.
All right. Are we live?
We are.
Let's see here.
Come on. Get your butt in gear, previously recorded Danny.
I think we are.
And Paradox, how are you doing? It's good to see you.
The chat there. Excellent.
All right, come on, get to it.
I study them, I publish on live.
Yeah.
But it's really good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and right here, right now, I'm out in western Wyoming with a crew of other paleontologists and volunteers digging up some dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous.
Gonna be out there again very soon. Yeah.
Western Wyoming.
Landlords are gonna miss me. Yeah, Lordy.
It's great to have you here live.
All 3 of them.
Let's see. Let me turn off auto rotate so we don't have the phone freaking out on us. But welcome everybody. It says we've got 15 viewers already.
Hey, Rachel Darling Endeavors, welcome. Good to have you here. Anyway, I'll be out in the field again.
There we go. Zorak.
Pretty soon. We're definitely gonna about a month digging up these dinosaurs.
Yeah.
We might be done at this site. I gotta ask Ethan about this. This site is called Skull Ridge, and we've got the skull of what's almost certainly a new species of, if not a new genus, of duck-billed dinosaur, of hadrosaur.
No, you're good. Yeah. So over here, this is all fresh surface that Terrence has been digging up. Very nice. Yeah. Hopefully we'll have more of the skull under there.
Yeah, pretty excited about this.
We'll have to see.
Plunging in, so we're definitely going to have to get deeper.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of this stream just kind of walking around answering questions.
So far.
Let's get back to,
and then we're
doing some jacketing.
Yeah, we're going to start a fire, and we're going to signal our air support.
And there you go, Hogan.
And they're going to drop some napalm all along that ridge. No, he's putting water in there so that we can start jacketing this. Yeah.
I think that'll be
underneath. Yeah. And Obster Solo says, how often during a dig do you run into archaeological remains, like Native American artifacts and stuff?
Like, almost never.
Never.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found an arrow, or a crew member of mine found an arrowhead once near a site in Montana, and that's really the only time that's happened.
Although I found all kinds of other little things too, archaeological things of more recent provenance. You know, rusty old traps that fur trappers left in certain areas, Coca-Cola bottles, beer cans, stuff like that.
Yeah, unless maybe you're digging in an area where other dinosaur digging crews have come through, you might find like trash that they left or something like that around the turn of the century. So like Ethan and co actually found a bucket that was probably left here by Barnum Brown and his crew in 1937. And that's pretty cool. But that's more recent archaeology, I guess, you know?
Anyway. Yeah, it's good to have everybody here. And let me give you a link to this if you'd like to take a look at that full broadcast there. Yeah, but let's go through chat and say hello to everybody. I saw that Madam 33 and Kodali were the first today, as they usually are. Welcome back, both of you. It's good to see you, as always. And Gravity 1963, hello to you. You're at the top of chat now. Welcome, welcome. We've got the Lenina. So good to see all your new emotes, Lenina. That is exciting. Hope you're doing well, Lenina. Thank you for everything you do. Paleontologist VA, hello to you. Neilf and Sloppy Salamander. Let's see. Golganek, how are you doing, Golganek? Welcome, welcome. Texas Cryptid, what's shaking? The Raven, howdy to you. And, wait, who is this, Salamander? Who is this that you're posting in the chat? Explain yourself. They're adorable, whoever they are. Fall Machine, howdy, howdy. Le Petit Prince Encore, welcome, welcome, Prince. Danish Viking, hello to you. Charlie's Dragon, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. A Skywalker 91, Turkey Theropod. There you go, a Skywalker. Turkeys are theropods. And Distiller, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Rita Schultz, Willkommen. It's good to have you here. Hello from Berlin. Hello from the San Francisco Bay Area. I hope you're having a good time over there in Berlin. It is bright, sunny, and beautiful today. Well, actually, is it sunny today? Let's see. It's kind of overcast today, actually. Live from the San Francisco Bay Area. You can barely see the Golden Gate Bridge right there. Yeah, it's overcast today, but you know what? That's fine. Still beautiful. Baja Spencer, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Massachusetts guy says helmet. Oh, put your helmet on. Not put your trousers on. Ground control to Major Tom. Drink your protein shake and put your trousers on. That's not how that goes. Thank you, Massachusetts guy. Nova Ninja, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. And Devil Dude says, I see a giant head behind you. Is that Rexy? No, this is an Allosaurus, actually. Yeah. Allosaurus fragilis. The state fossil of the great state of Utah. Yeah, it's my 3D printed Allosaurus skull. Yeah. I would not have room for a full-size Tyrannosaurus skull, but I do have a juvenile Tyrannosaurus skull. Right here. The famous Cleveland skull. Another 3D print. Holy cow, look, we've got another theropod here. Kennedy, 104, thank you for the 5 gift subs. That is extraordinary, and I appreciate it.
Kennedy 104 is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, thank you. Kennedy, there are 5 people in the chat who are sure very excited that I don't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to your generosity, Kennedy. Thank you for that. Yeah. But yeah, cool fish. Ichthyosaurus is a cool marine fish. I suppose it is, strictly speaking, a fish, a sarcopterygian fish, but it's also a marine reptile. I made this back when I was in, like, middle school. I could talk about that in a little bit. That's actually been published in a book. In a textbook, but I'll, I don't want to get sidetracked there. But yeah, who else have we got? Azure Fire says he studies dinosaurs. Can you dig it? Yeah, I can dig it. I do dig it, Azure Fire. Every summer. Pattern Juggler, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Rachel Darling Endeavors, hello to you too. Radical Static, welcome, welcome. Miss Yvette, what's shaking with you? Yeah. And how many dinosaurs have been completed over the years? I don't know what you mean by completed, Devil Dude. What do you mean by completed? It's roll call, says Lucid Dream. No, you're here. And I'm happy for that. Murph says, aw, is that in reference to, getting there? Oh, new baby! His name is Arthur. Well, welcome to the world, Arthur. Very cool, Salamander. Very, very cool. Good for him. He is adorable. Niffler says, Danny, your landlords need their own emotes? I'd like to do that at some point, Niffler, but I've been super busy lately. And will continue to be through the field season. Murph, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Very generous of you. I really appreciate that. I am just as excited as, well, shoot, as this Tinamou bird is. For the arrival of those 10 generous gift subs. That is... Oh, shoot. Not again.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Murph. Holy moly. Don't worry about that Tinamou bird. He'll be fine. Thank you, Murph. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. You're such a wonderful supporter of this community. It's, I'm sure that means as much to those recipients of those gift subs as it means to me. Thank you for helping keep this whole thing going, Murph. Appreciate you. You know that, but I still like to say it anyway. And kudos for your attempt in the Spanish yesterday. Gracias, Gravity. I loved it. Well, thank you. I try, you know? Yeah. I don't get enough opportunities to speak Spanish anymore, and I've unfortunately lost most of my Spanish abilities when I lived in Montana. You probably saw that yesterday. You know the story. Phoenix the Archaeologist, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Neverwinter Fool says duck. No, that was a Tinamou, Neverwinter, as you well know. Grim Deviant, hello to you. Mech Matt, howdy, howdy. Those are, I like that with the Komodo and the arms. Excellent. Swims with Whales, hello to you. I'm Paleo Lord. What's shaking? You're part of the world. It's good to have you. How many fossils have been found and completed? Asked Devil Dude. Oh, like how many complete dinosaur specimens have ever been found? Oh, it's easily in the thousands. We could talk about that. Thank you, Murph, for reposting that. Appreciate it. But yeah, we have got literally thousands of complete dinosaur skeletons that have been found. It's not common to find complete dinosaur skeletons. That's probably like 1% of all of the specimens ever found are complete. Probably less than that, honestly. But there are quite a few of them. The smaller the dinosaur is, generally the more likely it is that it will be found complete. It takes a lot of sediment to bury a full adult dinosaur, a large adult dinosaur. And so many of the complete specimens that have been found are either juveniles or they're very small-bodied dinosaurs. Because even if you... Even if you happen to find, you know, even if a dinosaur happens to be completely, an adult large dinosaur happens to be completely covered by sediment and buried intact, the likelihood of stumbling across that specimen before half of it is already eroded away is very, very low. There are so many different factors that all kind of contribute to us having very incomplete dinosaurs. The larger the dinosaur is, the more likely that it is that it'll be found incomplete. So many of the ones that you see here, from little Liaoningsaurus here, to Sinosauropteryx, whom we'll be talking about with Balent later, to Zhen Huanlong, to other dinosaurs like this. There's a very birdy one right there. The smaller the dinosaur is, the more likely it will be found complete, I suppose. But we do have some larger dinosaurs that were more or less complete. Yeah. This famous one from Dinosaur National Monument, I believe. Juvenile Camarasaurus, which I think is now in Pittsburgh. This is a cast right here at Dinosaur National Monument, but the original, I think, is in Pittsburgh now. Gorgeous. Yeah. This was almost complete where it was found. Just amazing. Yeah. And Concavenator is a good example. Yeah, Paleostream, that is a good example, actually. And a rare, large-ish dinosaur that's almost complete. Yeah. Concavenator from Spain. There's the specimen there. It is pretty much complete. There's just a few bits and pieces that are missing here and there. But there it is, laid out. You can see and small on this, so you can see. But there's the skull right there. Antorbital fenestra, there's the orbit, where the eye socket would be. There's the neck, curving around like that. There's the big ribs, dorsal ribs. You've got the hips, beautiful ilium right there. And then you've got the tail curving around. So we're missing some bits of the tail. We're missing some bits of the hind limbs right there, but we've got a nearly complete, looks like a right hind limb there. You can see the unguals. But I think we might also be missing parts of the forelimbs. That looks like maybe the radius and ulna, and we're missing like the distal end of the forelimb there. But nearly complete. Just a gorgeous animal. Gorgeous preservation. Exquisite. Dinosaurs are not very... Well, they're becoming more common in Spain. We're finding more and more of them. The Iberian Peninsula in general is kind of a new, exciting frontier for dinosaur paleontology. Spain and Portugal, just kicking out new dinosaurs left and right. You love to see it. But Concavenator so far is the most complete large theropod dinosaur, not just from Spain, but probably from the whole of Europe, I would imagine. I can't think of anybody else who would be more complete from Europe. Dinosaur paleontology got its start in Europe, but it's kind of the... Other places around the world have since eclipsed Europe in terms of their importance for understanding dinosaur evolution, paleobiology, everything else. North America, Asia, South America, Africa. Yeah. But yeah, Europe is probably in, I don't know, 5th place out of all 7 continents. Respectable. Europe's got too much vegetation nowadays. Not enough exposed rock. You know, not enough Badlands kind of terrain with beautiful exposed rock like that in order to be able to find dinosaurs. Too much of Europe is covered by, you know, things like forests or buildings or Tesco's or roads, you know? Yeah. Not to say that there aren't incredible dinosaur fossils coming out of Europe even today. There certainly are. But yeah. And thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Neat. Opalized ichthyosaurs. But yeah. And Salamander says, hey, Danny, when you covered the paper refuting anagenesis in Displetosaurus with Bolent back in November, you mentioned wondering if the authors used the same matrices as Elia and Denver. I was reading through the paper and found that they didn't. They only disclosed that fact in the supplemental information. It sounds like an editor wasn't doing their job there. Doesn't that invalidate the argument they're trying to make? It might. I don't know, Salamander. Part of me wants to say, oh yeah, of course. Because, you know, part of me, as a human being, wants Jack and Denver to be correct about this. But as a scientist, I gotta sit back and say, well, shoot. Because I want something to be true, I've got to be extra sure, extra certain that I'm applying even more scrutiny, holding myself accountable. The hypothesis that appeals to you emotionally as a scientist, always be most suspicious of that one, you know? Because the easiest person to fool is always yourself. I gotta make sure I'm not fooling myself there. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to talking with Denver and Jack and other folks about that at SVP or even sooner. It'd be lovely to bring them on as interviewees sometime soon.
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
Fortran999, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Wow, that's a reference there. The good old days. Thank you, Fortran, for the follow.
Extinction didn't occur.
HD.
Group would dominate and it would last forever.
Thank you for the 9 months of support.
Am I a Nanotyrannus or a baby T-Rex?
we should do a histological analysis. Cut you open, HD, and figure it out. I'm just kidding. We'll wait till you're fossilized first. HD, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 9 months. It's excellent. Yeah. But yeah, and salamander, that's a good point. Yeah. But yeah. And Recio, yeah, the Jurassic Coast in the UK. It's very cool. It's neat how much publicity the Jurassic Coast gets. We'll be talking about that a bit more next month when we have a big birthday celebration for Mary Anning. Tuesday, May 21st. That is the 225th anniversary of Mary Anning's birth. Mary Anning. Mary Anning, often called the mother of paleontology. If that doesn't sound too hoity-toity. We'll be celebrating her life and times in May. I always make a bigger deal about Mary Anning's birthday than just about anybody else's, including my own, on this channel, and that is going to be an exciting stream. I'm looking forward to it. She has a halo, says HD? No, that's just that's a bonnet right there. But it very well, it might as well be a halo. If there's any person who's ever lived who would come close to being like a patron saint of paleontology, it would be Mary Anning. Incredible person. We'll be talking all about her on the 21st of May. And Nova Ninja says, Danny, what do you do when you're not streaming? Nova Ninja, good question. I work on science. I dig up dinosaurs during the summer, but when I'm here at home in the San Francisco Bay Area, in between when I push the stop streaming button and the start streaming button, what am I doing? I'm often outside exercising, going for walks, running errands, working on various creative projects. I've got a museum project that I'm pretty excited about that I can't share with you yet, but that's a lot of my time recently has gone into that. Read a lot of scientific papers, do some writing, 3D printing and painting, and all kinds of stuff like that. Hanging out with friends and family, and I try and do a lot of touching grass, as the kids say. I think that's really important. And yeah, I spent a lot of time exploring the beauty and culture of the San Francisco Bay Area. Oh yeah, I hope that answers your question. But yeah. And Radical Static says, I smell hippies. Really? You could smell the patchouli and incense from there? And salamander, ooh, that is enticing. Very cool. We can look forward to something on the subject very soon. Ooh, excellent. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Well, looking at our background today, a lot of the stuff that I chose for today's background here has to do with what I'm going to be discussing with Balint. I chose 2 different scientific papers to discuss with Balint this evening. We're going to be talking about that new giant ichthyosaur. We'll probably do that pretty briefly. So, ichthyosaur. We'll also be talking about dinosaur ontogeny and Andrea Cow's new paper claiming that compsognathid dinosaurs, up there too, might just be what Jack Horner would call ontogomorphs of larger predatory dinosaurs, like good old Allosaurus right here. So we'll be talking about that. It is a really intriguing paper. Should be some fun discussion. Some thought-provoking stuff. Yeah. I'm so glad I'm going to be going to SVP this year for the first time in too long. Really, really excited to be able to be there where the action is this year. Last year, I would have been at SVP. I finally had the budget to be able to do that, and then it turned out SVP was the same exact weekend as TwitchCon. So I had to make a difficult decision. Am I going to go to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, see friends and colleagues and present research, or am I going to and spend probably way too much money doing that? Or will I go to TwitchCon, which I could do almost for free? I chose TwitchCon. And honestly, I'm glad I did. For one thing, we got to do this. That I sculpted and later 3D printed. So I do a lot of 3D printing, 3D modeling. We had a scientists on stream panel at TwitchCon last year. People coming in and asking questions. Everybody's got questions about dinosaurs. Which was pretty awesome. Yeah, usually it's... So there's me, Belit from Science Streams. There's Melissa from Volcano Doc channel. She's a volcanologist. Moohoodles does like astronomy science outreach. And Nerduino does rocket science. Nerduino used to work for NASA. So we just had this panel here talking all about doing science on Twitch.
To show behind the scenes what science is like. It's a lot of writing. It's a lot of Excel.
Yeah. Thankfully, I don't have to do very much Excel. At least not yet. I've got a project coming out that's going to be very Excel heavy, but yeah. So yeah, we will hopefully be doing another science panel like this year. We're going to be putting in an application for that very soon.
Noodles, tell us a little bit about why this emote is so adorable.
Oh, thank you. You're missing my first.
Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. If you'd like to watch this, here is a link to that video right there. Anywho, and more panels. Yes, indeed, science. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I still get giddy thinking about how cool it was for all of you. Thank you, Lenina. That was really neat. And one of the awesome things was that the folks from NASA, who had done another panel earlier in the week, some of them were still at TwitchCon at that point. They were there in the audience, and they came up and shook our hands afterward and said, like, good on you for doing science outreach on Twitch. And that was kind of wonderful to have folks who work for NASA congratulate us on doing science outreach on Twitch. And we actually had a discussion with them the other week. And Sculpin, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that, Sculpin. Thank you, thank you. Hello to you too, Sculpin. I hope you're doing well. So yeah. And hang on, Amish Andy, is it your birthday today? Happy birthday, Amish Andy. Happy birthday indeed. I hope you're having a really good one. Thanks for spending part of your birthday with us, Amish Andy. That's exciting. I hope you're having a good one. PaleoStream says, we also have a Paleo Media panel this year on PaleoStreamCon. Oh, very nice, PaleoStream. Very, very nice. Yeah. It's on Saturday, right? I'm not going to be able to watch that live. I've got a museum thing going on. I'm actually doing some media work for a museum project that I'm, on the 27th. Still have to come up with a shot list, a bunch of other stuff for that. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. Starting 6 a.m. your time, I think. Nice, PaleoStream, yeah. Shoot, I might even be out the door by 6 a.m. I've got a lot of stuff I got to get together before that. But yeah, PaleoStream. I'm very much tempted to reveal some details right now, but Pleistocene, California, interesting stuff. I'm so excited. Once I produce this video, I should be able to reveal some details, but I have to be very hush-hush about that right now. I'm very excited. Very excited. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. We also have another exciting and new thing going on. I was a little bit late today for a number of reasons. Reading all these papers so I can discuss them with Balint later, but getting some more RAM installed in the old Computadora machine. Because we've got a new stream feature. And, chat, what do you say? Would you like to see that right now? I'm pretty excited about this. Oh, stop it. Here, turn off all notifications. There we go. Yeah. This year for Christmas, Lordy and Ios got me something pretty cool. And we just got it up and running as of this weekend. Without further ado, allow me to introduce the bird camera. This is a live bird feeder camera that we've got here at the house. And so far, it's mostly been ravaged by squirrels. I can show you some of those, but we have had our first bird visit as of this morning. Let me show you that. Ios helped me out with this, not just installing the RAM so that I can run an Android emulator on here, but getting the Android emulator set up. This is an Android app. But, oh, he's back. Shoot. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta figure out a way to deal with these squirrels. It's a squirrel feeder now, says Mary L. Those darn mammals. You pilfering little synapsids. That seed isn't for you. Yeah. We did also... Well, so one way of trying to deal with this was... Oh, wrong button, sorry. There we go. One way of trying to deal with this is to put cayenne pepper all over the bird seed, because birds are pretty much immune to that, but squirrels can, yeah, they are vulnerable to spiciness like that. And this squirrel didn't come back for the whole rest of the day. And look.
Oh, it's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
And,
Hello everyone, Chewy HI.
Artum Sarah, how are you doing? Thank you for the 5 months of support. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online. I appreciate it very much. Here we go. But we did have our very first bird visit today, which I am pretty excited about. So let me show you that, and let's try and identify this bird It's not one that I commonly see around here. But I think... Oh, look at all these squirrels. Oy. Squirrels, squirrels, squirrels. I think this is a tufted titmouse. Does that sound right to anybody? Does that look right for a tufted titmouse? Yeah, I don't see very many of them around here, so that's pretty cool. This is our first feeder patron here. Oh, and an oak titmouse. Really, really? Well, well, well. Hello, oak titmouse. Yeah. Hopefully, once word gets out about this, once all these birds are twittering at each other about this this feeder, we will have a more or less constant stream of birds visiting. That is the hope. Yeah. So, we should be able to hopefully watch some birds live at some point. But we gotta wait for this to really catch on. Wait for them to tell their friends. You know? Yeah. X-Wing? Hopefully we won't have any X-Wings shooting proton torpedoes into our exhaust ports here, Spectral Flight. That is an engineered weakness in this particular bird feeder camera thing. And did I see a dark-eyed junco as well, Golganek? Let's see. Could have been. We do get dark-eyed juncos around here. Quite a few of them, really. Here, let's go to our notifications here. And it's nice how much more quickly this runs now that I've got the new RAM installed. Let's see. Scrolling. There's our oak titmouse again. I don't know if I see a junco. We've got another oak titmouse. Yeah, good stuff. Very cool. Yeah. You need AI to filter out squirrel? What I need is a... I don't know. So I've ordered a bunch of black oil sunflower seed. And Lordy was kind enough to order a gigantic thing of cayenne pepper. And so we'll be mixing those together to hopefully deter some of those squirrels. Because birds apparently are unbothered by spicy stuff like cayenne pepper. But squirrels, being pretty closely related to us primates, they taste that, and it's too much for them. So, yeah. But yeah, and add safflower seeds. I've heard from... I actually looked this up, Sculpin, and people in the surrounding area here have said that the squirrels here actually really like safflower seed, and so that might do more harm than good. But, yeah. Some of their squirrels don't mind the spicy seeds. Oh, maybe I should ask some advice from I Paint Burbs about this, Geeky Heart. Yeah. The thing is, this isn't really mounted high enough off the ground to be able to benefit from, like, a big, baffle or something to keep the squirrels away. But what we can do is, if a squirrel shows up live, we can use the intercom thing on here. There we go. To try and drive them away. Here, let's try that right now. Testing. it might not come through in the speaker, but we should be able to have some stern words with the squirrels should they reappear live and attempt to pilfer more seed. Yeah. But yeah. I heard a click as well, Golganek. It might be... Here, let's try it one more time. Testing! I think the click is probably the microphone registering that there is sound coming out and turning itself off so it doesn't have like an echo feedback kind of deal. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And it then did says flying fish would be cosmic. I mean, birds are, strictly speaking, flying fish. All tetrapod animals are fish. Both the amphibians and the synapsids and the sauropsids. Reptiles, which includes, lepidosaurs and tuataras and turtles and dinosaurs and birds are all kinds of reptiles. So, yeah. Intact dinosaur embryo yet? I assume so, but I may have missed it. Geeky Heart, which one was that? Is that the purported dromaeosaur eggs? Because we haven't talked about that yet. Yeah. And there you go, HD. I've seen many of these videos. Yeah. Oh, the dromaeosaur one. I haven't really taken a look at that yet, but we can do that live in a few minutes here. Yeah. In fact, why don't we do that right now? Let's see here. Yeah. New ootype of putative dromaeosaurid eggs from the Upper Cretaceous of southern China. If we could find a press release on that, that would be even better to start off with here, before we jump straight into the literature. Let's check Google News. Dromaeosaurid. The latest stuff they've got is from 2023? Okay. Yeah. Nope. It's kind of frustrating when you've got something cool like this and there's no press on it. But whatever. And it's in the Journal of Cretaceous Research, which unfortunately is
access denied.
Paywalled. We will not be able to access that right now. A lot of these Elsevier journals are paywalled. I've published in the Journal of Cretaceous Research, and yeah, it was years until I actually got like a hard copy or a copy of that formatted through the journal. But this is exciting if it holds up. Non-avian Maniraptoran eggs are abundant in the Upper Cretaceous of China. Previous studies mainly focused on Oviraptorosaur and Troodontid eggs, which can be classified into the O families Longatulithidae and Prismatolithidae, respectively. Here we report on a new possible ootype of dromaeosaurid dinosaur recovered from the Lianhe Formation of Gansho Basin. Gananulithus yingliangai. Ugen et uspa. No. So, new O genus and new O species. So this, like we were talking about yesterday, these might be the eggs of a dromaeosaur. Dromaeosaurs are often referred to by the public as raptor dinosaurs. Raptors. Dromaeosaurids are what we as dinosaur paleontologists call them. That's the name of the family, Dromaeosauridae. It includes such little guys as little Microraptor there, little number 1 next to the person. Velociraptors on the ground underneath it. And we've got Austroraptor and Utahraptor, the big brown one. Dromaeosaurus there is number 4. And then Deinonychus is right over here, number 5. These are all dromaeosaurids. Got the big sickle claw on digit 2 of their foot. You know, these are the raptors of Jurassic Park fame. And we don't have any eggs from them. Like, those have never really been identified in the fossil record. Until now, potentially. Eggs remarkable for its symmetrically elliptic shape and 2 structural layers with an abrupt and straight boundary. It shares a similar elongated shape, interlocked with eggshell units, and an angusticaniculate pore system, with those of Deinonychus eggshell like Maniraptor and Utax are reported from North America. Oh no, we do have dromaeosaur eggs. What am I talking about? We've got those Deinonychus eggs. The new phylogenetic analysis suggests the monophyly of dromaeosaurid and oviraptorosaurian eggs, and troodontid eggs are closely related to bird eggs. Interesting. Although, can we really trust egg phylogeny, though? If I learned anything from talking with people like Danny Barta and Jade Simon over the years, it's like eggs are confusing and weird, and you get convergence of different structures and morphologies and unrelated taxa. Paired eggs of Gananulithus might indicate that dromaeosaurid dinosaurs also have paired functional oviducts like oviraptorosaurs and troodontids. In addition, the porosity and EBSD analyses support that these eggs in the mound nests are buried. Interesting stuff. Yeah. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I wish we could access the paper. I would have grabbed this yesterday at the university library, but our seminar was canceled last week, so I didn't end up going. Otherwise, I would have gotten this, you know, on campus. But yeah, interesting stuff. Really neat. Here, let's take a look at. There was a National Geographic cover article, actually, from a couple years back. It talked about Deinonychus or dromaeosaur eggs. Let's see if I can find that real quick. I think I've got that right in here. Let's see. There. Where did I put that? There we are. Oh, goodness. Lights have fallen down. Getting knocked down. That was my fault. Good thing these devices are pretty sturdy. There we go. Cover story, Reimagining Dinosaurs. From rainbow feathers to river monsters, prehistoric icons get a modern reboot. Yeah. How they hatched. There we go. A newly hatched Deinonychus chick is surrounded by colorful blue eggs.
Change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Bearded Fortress, thank you for the 9 months of support, and howdy to you too. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 9 months. That's excellent. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. Sorry about the glare here from all the lights, but this is an up angle view of a parent Deinonychus and little babies here. This is the Velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame, is Deinonychus. And we can actually tell by the structure of the eggs what color they are in certain cases. So Deinonychus appears to have had bluish eggs, like those of some modern birds, suggesting it used open-air nests. Egg color and patterning may provide camouflage in an open environment. Nests in the open would indicate the Deinonychus brooded its offspring. which is pretty cool. Yeah, and these been attributed to Deinonychus. Those eggs right there. Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. The shapes of different dinosaur eggs. There is something of a phylogenetic signal there, but it's not as much as you would expect. Dinosaur eggs get weird, and they evolve in different ways. I can't really do this subject justice because I don't study this. But somebody like Danny Barta or Jade Simon could speak on it with far greater authority than I. Yeah. Yeah. Mongolian microtrodoon, there you go. And, but yeah, yeah. And Eternized Dragon, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontology. They say, hi, since you're a paleontologist, I'd be interested in what your take would be on this line of reasoning related to evolution. Let's see. Oh boy, what is this going to be about? Let's see. Are you like copying and pasting this from something pre-recorded? It looks, or pre-typed out. Evolution of life unfolding on exoplanets or any of the 200 plus solar system ice moons. Morally is a big deal. How is that a moral big deal? I'm not an ethicist or a moral philosopher, so anything that I have to say about that isn't really going to be worth very much. Let's see. In the near future, microbial contamination of planets will most lead to an abysmal version. Let's see. Even by current risk assessment response measures or standards applied in other cases, humanity must at the very least have a discipline and hold itself back for many years from risking interplanetary and interstellar forward contamination, and so spaceports must be locked down. Yeah, Eternized Dragon, that is outside of my realm of expertise, and I'm not sure I would really have much to say about that that would be particularly insightful or even interesting. The idea of contaminating, you know, other celestial bodies with, you know, with Terran microbes from our planet Earth, that's something that's been discussed a lot since like the 1960s and 70s. I remember reading in a Carl Sagan biography about how he was really concerned about that, and I think Soviet scientists at the time weren't quite as concerned about it, and they didn't even, like, sanitize some of their probes before they sent them out into space. I don't know. Yeah, I'm wondering what you want to know from me as a paleontologist about this, because it is well outside my wheelhouse. Yeah. But yeah. Could you maybe tailor your question for a paleontologist here, because, again, this is well outside my field, and I'm not sure what I can offer you as a fossil scientist. Yeah. Like a reverse War of the Worlds sort of situation? Basically, Rocky Elders, I think, yeah. It's one way to put it. Yeah. But yeah, Moo Hoodles is somebody who actually works or thinks about this sort of thing a lot more than I do. You might want to ask her there, Eternized Dragon. Yeah. What should one expect evolution to do in terms of nociceptors, for example? Like pain receptors? I have no idea. I don't know if that's something that's restricted to you know, to critters here on Earth, or if other, you know, if there is life anywhere else in the universe, which I'm not necessarily convinced there is. How likely would that be to develop? Pain receptors like that? I don't know. Yeah. This is well outside my wheelhouse. Yeah. You'd agree that evolution can go in a million very different ways? Not a million, like... quadrillions of gazillions of different ways. Yeah, absolutely. That's the way it's gone here on Earth. Yeah.
Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
The what, Miggity Marty? The what? I didn't catch that. Say it again? Sorry, you have to speak up there. The what? The what?
From 20,000 fathoms.
Miggity Marty, thank you for the 12 months. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. It's a long time. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for interested in anyway. Yeah, Eternized Dragon. I don't know. I am not an expert in this kind of thing. And I don't know. As someone who works in the sciences and publishes in the sciences, I gotta be careful about what I have opinions about. Or when it's something that I know next to nothing about, you know? It's like, I don't even feel like I deserve an opinion or a viewpoint in something like this because I know so very little about it. You know? If there's anything that's kind of, that you learn as a research scientist, it might be humility. I recognize that I know nothing about that subject matter, so yeah. Yeah. And Rocky Alter says, also, evolution isn't a river. You can chart ahead of you. This is what you can observe behind you. You can tell where it's been, but not where it's growing, if I understand how the... Yeah, Rocky Alter, that's pretty good, yeah. Yeah. There are some, like, general trends that we observe again and again in evolution, but... It becomes a question of sample size, you know? It's like we have a sample size of exactly one planet in this regard. We, as paleontologists, strive to understand the evolution of life on Earth through the fossil record, through genetics, through various means like that. Mostly the fossil record, though, for being honest. And if there is life elsewhere in the universe, there might be a very different sets of rules kind of governing it, you know? If you had a planet that life developed on, or a large moon or whatever else, and it was very, very far from its home star, you know, those organisms might evolve without the ability to see, you know, like, there wouldn't be photoreceptors or something like that. I don't know. Same if there's just a really, really dense atmosphere, you know, with constant cloud cover or something like that. I don't know, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like speculation. I had a colleague who used to make fun of fields like astrobiology, and he would say, like, oh, it's an entire field of science that lacks even a single data point. We don't have any examples of extraterrestrial life at this point. All we have is life on Earth. And it's cool to think about how life might exist elsewhere in the universe and how it might have evolved, but I don't know. All I can say is that I don't know enough about this. I don't know the literature well enough. I have never really spoken with an astrobiologist or anybody like that. So it's well outside my realm of expertise, and I don't feel comfortable as somebody who does science communication on this platform talking about that much, you know? So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And Rocky Alter says, I like the idea that there is absolutely life elsewhere in the universe, just on the law of averages. Maybe. Yeah. But the space is so unfathomably big that we'll never meet anyone intelligent because we're all too far away from one another. yeah, that's I remember reading something about this. Yeah. Is this the one I was looking for? I think it is. Yeah. Are we alone? Well, you're not, chat. There's 180 people watching. At least. But yeah, this is from a nifty little podcast that I listen to every week called Skeptoid with Brian Dunning. You know, it does a lot of like debunking of urban legends and various pseudoscience things, cryptozoology, all kinds of stuff like that. But basically there's like, we're talking about like the Fermi paradox and that kind of thing. I think one thing that people fail to account for is distance and time. You know, and when I say people, I mean like people in the general public. We're talking about like extraterrestrial life. The universe is it's a big place. Some would say it's the biggest place. And even if there is life that exists elsewhere in the universe, there's no guarantee that we'd ever know about it. In fact, it's almost a guarantee that we won't ever know about it. Because the universe is so vast and it's so difficult to get from place to place. Faster than light travel seems to be impossible. I'm not a physicist, so take it up with a physicist if you object to that idea. Just repeating what physicists say about this. But yeah. But there does seem to be something that I object to as a paleontologist is this idea that like, oh, well, intelligent life must exist elsewhere in space. And to me, that seems remarkably human-centric. You know, as somebody who studies the history of life on Earth, it's taken...
we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago.
Crazy Kudu, thank you for the follow.
It's pretty neat.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, life on Earth has existed for close to 4 billion years at this point. It was only the last, what, like 500,000 years that, like, humans and our ancestors ever achieved what we would call, very self-importantly, intelligence. We might not be around for very much longer. If current trends continue, if we continue to wreck Earth's climate, or if somebody's finger slips over the nuclear button, you know, we might be gone very, very soon. So intelligence, despite what we like to think of it as being like, oh, this is some, you know, grand virtue and everything wants to evolve to become intelligent, we might be a failed experiment in the end, you know? No guarantee that what we very self-importantly think of as like, you know, this ideal that other creatures are evolving toward, I think that's folly. So yeah. But yeah. Anywho. But if intelligent oceanic life can exist, they can easily have a billion years head start. But that's assuming that organisms that first evolve, like organisms must first evolve in the ocean before they come up onto land. And that's not necessarily the case. You know? Maybe life can exist in gaseous planets, you know, that don't have water or land. I mean, there's so little that we know, I think, that... I don't know. I'm just going to stop talking about this because this is outside my field of expertise. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Bawfest, Celadon K. Festival of Bad Ad Hoc Hypotheses. Personal favorites? Favorite one is a scientist humorously suggesting that crazy AM/FM radio programs act as an interstellar deterrent of alien invasions. Yeah, oh boy. That's similar to the zoo hypothesis that I've heard before with regard to like SETI and stuff like that. I guess it's kind of like in Star Trek too, where like, oh, we can't visit unless they have their first warp jump or whatever. But yeah, and you're welcome, Eternized Dragon. Thanks for the good thought-provoking question. Sorry, I can't offer anything beyond that. Outside my my area of study. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But somebody else brought up crabs here and this idea of like convergent evolution. And I think it's important to talk about that. Because somehow this has become one of those ideas that has really kind of taken the internet by storm. They're like, oh, everything wants to evolve into a crab. You know, crab is the ultimate form of evolution or something. Which is... It's true for a very specific group of organisms that are already 95% of the way there. Yeah. Carcinization, all become crab. Yes, Rocky Alters. It's true for a specific clade within crustacea. It's not true for, say, mammals, or bacteria, or angiosperm plants, you know? If you're a creature that's already pretty crab-like, you might evolve into a phenotype that's superficially similar to those of true crabs. So yeah. Yeah. Eric, Bianca. Can't say I know the name or have even read it, Eternized Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Crab people do get a lot of traction on the internet, says Rusty Guy. Crab people? We're crab people now. Isn't that an Always Sunny thing? Anyway, I'm going to refill this water. Let me start up this video from PBS
years ago, off the coast of what's now New Zealand, a spiny, leggy creature with claws cruised the Pacific Ocean looking for food. This creature was an ancient ancestor of modern-day king crabs, known to scientists as Paralomus debodiorum. It had a round, spiky carapace and a body about the size of a baseball, but not much else is known about it. This fossil is the only one of its kind ever found. And based on how modern king crabs live, scientists think that Paralomus probably lived in very deep, cold water. But no matter how Paralomus spent its days, scientists agree that if you saw one today, you'd recognize it as a crab. But it wasn't a crab, at least not a true crab. Paralomus and its modern counterparts belong to an infraorder known as Anomura, a huge group of crustaceans that includes everything from the porcelain crab to the coconut crab. Am I the only one who's really horrified by coconut crabs? Give me a minute. Anyway, none of those animals that we call crabs are actually crabs. They all evolved from crustaceans that were longer and had tails, with a body plan more like a shrimp or a lobster. And then, for some reason, these animals evolved into things that looked like crabs, independently, over and over again.
Pretty cool stuff. So, one of the things that they kind of should have introduced here beforehand, since especially in the United States, so many people don't understand the most basic concept of biology, common ancestry, and you know, kind of branching evolution like this. The way that we classify living things as scientists is not just based on what they look like, you know? If that were the case, we would call all of these, oh, they're crabs, you know? The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry. It's based on who they're actually related to. So when I say related to, I mean related to in the same way that you're related to your siblings. Because you both come from the same progenitors, from your parents, you know? Living things work the same way, you know? Pull up our tree of life here. There we go. Lenina's way ahead of me. Yeah. Let's jump to crabs on our tree of life. Carrier crabs, let's say. You can think of all life on Earth as being like this big branching tree. During, you know, the origins of life on Earth, we understand that there's basically like one progenitor organism that everything else evolved from. It could be that life arose multiple times here on Earth. We don't actually know how difficult or easy it is for life to evolve in the first place. But once that first, like, critter evolved and was reproducing like that, if, like, new life arose elsewhere, it would probably just be quickly eaten by the stuff that was already here. So, yeah, the last universal common ancestor, oh boy, we could talk about that too. But anyway, life diversifies. Creatures change over time. And those changes can actually result in species splitting. When you get distinct populations that no longer share genes with each other, they can evolve in different directions. And this happens again and again and again. And you get this beautiful branching tree of life like this. The way that we classify living things is based on how closely related they are to one another, how recently they diverged from the same ancestor. And so with crabs, for instance, crabs aren't just, oh, a critter that looks like this. It's no, crabs are a certain kind of creature that evolved from a common ancestor. And so that common ancestor and all of its descendants, those are crabs. Other crustaceans on other branches that might look similar,
really spectacular, spared no
you know, would still be different critters. They wouldn't be true crabs in that sense.
This is
thank you, Geeky Heart.
Sub in the channel.
I appreciate that first gift sub. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thank you very much. So yeah. Dr. Irrefutable says, Danny, I have a tautological question for you. Is it true that dinosaurs are dinosaurs? I mean, yeah, here. This kind of underlines our point further.
Look at all those chickens.
And Herenzen Ventien, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Dinosaurs, we define as all creatures that evolved from this first dinosaur ancestor. You can trace all of their ancestry back to this one critter right here. So this is what dinosaurs are. By definition, they're all the creatures that evolved from that ancestor are dinosaurs. That's why birds are dinosaurs. Because they evolved from earlier dinosaurs that had feathers and wishbones and hinge-like ankle joints and all that good stuff. That's why pterosaurs aren't quite dinosaurs. Pterosaurs, aka pterodactyls, are they're very close relatives of the dinosaurs, but they're not quite dinosaurs. But the funny thing is, the closer you are to dinosaurs, the more features you share with them. So like upright limbs, that's a pterosaur thing too. Dinosaurs have that also. The further you go out, the more different you get. So with crustaceans, the closer you are to the ancestry of the crabs, the easier it is for you to evolve a crab-like morphology. Does that make sense? Yeah. Are Krabby Patties made of crabs? No, they're made of Patrick, HD, aren't they? Did I do that reference correctly? And Murph says, were early crocs bipedal? Probably, yeah. Yeah, the early, like, crocodilian ancestors were probably bipedal, or at least they had, like, relatively upright limbs. It seems like the, like, Pseudotsuchian crocs, they developed, like, a sprawling posture later on, which may have actually helped them to be better aquatic predators. So, yeah. But yeah. Rocky Alter says, speaking of our dinosaurs, I had scary thoughts about just how many different dinosaurs there are that still fall under dinosaur. Are there any other similar clades of creatures that show such a vast amount of physiological variation? So physiology is like metabolism, Rocky Alters. You're probably thinking of like morphological variation. either today or in the past. Yeah, all kinds of groups. So, Rocky Elders, that's one of the things, is that when we're looking at different groups of organisms, like, I don't know, carrier crabs, crustaceans are a good example, maybe. They're a huge, huge, huge clade. But, yeah, let's look at decapods. Crabs, lobsters, and shrimps. Or we can go out further from there to, Eumalicostraca. This also includes barnacles, I think. Barnacles are a kind of crustacean. So within crustacea, you've got all of these crazy different morphologies. Shrimp and lobsters, crabs. Hermit crabs. Pillbugs and their relative... Oops, shoot. Pillbugs and their relatives are also crustaceans, and barnacles are also a kind of crustacean. But that is an even crazier, more dramatic kind of spread of different morphologies than just dinosaurs. Dinosaurs all pretty much lived on land and, you know, had 4 limbs. It's not the case for crustaceans. Some of them got no limbs, like barnacles. Although the feeding appendages or whatever of barnacles might be the same. They might be homologous to limbs. I'm not sure. But yeah. And Ranger910, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. But yeah. And insects are another good example. Although I would say crustaceans are even more diverse in their morphologies than insects are. Because at least insects all still have 6 legs, at least in their adult form. Crustaceans don't. Only just have 10 legs. Some of them have no legs. Some of them have more than that, like the, you know, pillbugs, isopods. So yeah. Anyway, I guess the point that I'm making here is that dinosaur as a group, that's not directly applicable. It's not directly comparable to, like, say, another clade like mammals or something. Dinosaurs and mammals, they're both different clades. Clade is an evolutionary group that includes the ancestor, all of its descendants. Those are clades. Comparing one to another like that is kind of an apples and oranges comparison. It's really difficult to compare different clades, to, like, put them in similar ranks or whatever, because we're, like, trying to take human concepts and apply them to natural phenomena, and it doesn't always go well like that, you know? Yeah. Oh, and Rocky Alter says, I guess my question is, how narrow of a category is dinosaur when it comes to taxonomy? And are there any other groups of creatures at that same level of classification that show as much variation in all the creatures included under that label? That is a phenomenal question, Rocky Elders. Thank you for asking it. The answer is... the narrowness or broadness of a category is kind of arbitrary, you know? It's not like there's some kind of set of rules somewhere that says, oh, well, these different rankings actually mean something. They're arbitrary. So when we say dinosaur, that is a group of animals that share a common ancestor. You know, they're all related to each other, because they can all trace their ancestry back to that original dinosaur there, that proto-dinosaur there. But to compare clade Dinosauria to clade Pterosauria or Pseudosaukia or whatever else, it's like an arbitrary comparison. Certain groups just spit out all kinds of species, and other groups have bottlenecks, and maybe there's just like one species left. So like Tuatara are a good example of this. We're going to be talking about these critters at the beginning of May for World Tuatara Day. But Tuatara are these superficially lizard-like animals. They're not lizards. But they, you might think they look like lizards, but they are not lizards. These critters represent this ancient group called the Rhynchocephalia. There used to be hundreds or thousands of species of them, and now there's just one species left. So that, like, is this the same rank or the same, like, level as say, Squamata here? Tuatara, just one species today. And then you've got Squamata here, lizards and snakes. There's 10,000 species. That's a big number. That's 9,000! That's a lot. Are they the same rank? I mean, I don't know. I guess the point is that, like, trying to rank them like that is arbitrary. Yeah, and yeah, Mayor Space, 9,000. Yeah. And Harry says, why isn't it considered a lizard? Because they evolved before the first lizards did. This is a group that split off about 275 million years ago, long before the first lizards evolved. Squamates, lizards and snakes, that group split off like 70 million years later. So they can't be lizards because they evolved first. They split off before the first lizards evolved. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Harry says, but couldn't you just shift lizards back? That's the thing, is that we call these lepidosaurs. So instead of just shifting lizards back, we've got this other group that we call lepidosaurs that includes all of these critters and the Tuatara. So lepidosaurs are lizards and snakes and the Tuatara. Lepidosaurs. That's how a clade works like that. Does that make sense? A clade is the ancestor and all of its descendants is a clade. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Tuatara sports car. Is that a sports car too? Every time I do a Google search for Tuatara, you get these ugly things. Ugh. What an impractical vehicle. Like, you'd gut this thing over a speed bump. Just... His guts get torn out. Like, there goes your muffler, there goes your oil pan. There goes your transmission. I don't know. Yeah. Last 5 minutes, my neighbor. Yeah, me too, Merv. Holy moly. The number of speed bumps and just, like, steep hills around here, too. This thing would get destroyed. Yeah. One good pothole, and there goes the whole quarter panel. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. HD says it was easier when everything was kingdom, phylum, class, order, etc. And those still exist, but we don't really, like, pay attention to them as much. Like, it turns out those are kind of arbitrary classification systems. Like, they're not arbitrary in the sense that it doesn't matter who you throw into them, but arbitrary in terms of rank. Like, you can't actually compare apples to apples there. It just doesn't really, like... There's nothing super special about a phylum that's different from an order or a kingdom or whatever. It's not like there's some, you know, top-down definition where it's like, well, there's... Every order has 10,000 species, and it's not like that at all. There are entire orders of reptile, for instance, that have got just a few species, like Rhynchocephalia, Tuatara. They've only got one species alive today. Whereas you've got over 9,000 for the lizards and snakes. I wish it just said lizards, because this is kind of confusing. Snakes are a kind of lizard. They're part of Squamata. Squamata is the lizards. But, whatever. Anyway. But yeah, and there you go, Murph. Yes, exactly. And Harry says, those are the sorts of car you only drive on the Vegas Strip from one valet to another. Yeah. You know? We call those, that's called a pavement princess. That's what we call that. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, Eternized Dragon says, would it make sense to, in part, attribute the possibility for dinosaurs having been that large to the fact the planet was much warmer than it is now? There were a lot of temperature fluctuations during the age of dinosaurs. During most of the Mesozoic, the Earth was warmer than it is today. but at certain times it was maybe slightly colder? That doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, here. I'm glad you asked about that. A lot of times people ask me, like, Danny, did dinosaurs get so big because there was more oxygen back then? Or was there less gravity or something? And the answer is no. It's an emphatic no. Dinosaurs were able to get as big as they got because of really cool adaptations that they had. For much of the Mesozoic, there was probably less oxygen and more carbon in the atmosphere than there is today. It's because of things like their bird-like respiratory system, their high metabolism, warm-bloodedness that allowed dinosaurs to grow so large, very fast growth, stuff like that. These were like cool features that they had that allowed them to do that, not some sort of like planet-wide cheat code. You know, we're gonna turn the gravity down or turn the oxygen up or decrease the friction or whatever. I don't know a lot about video games, but it reminds me of in games like Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, you could apparently mess with the settings, and then you could you could set it so that. And thank you, Twitch 1984. I appreciate the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. So I guess in this game you could turn friction down for the vehicles, so like even the slightest push just sends them like tumbling end over end like that. So do you know what? Anybody know what I'm talking about here? You just nudge it. It goes nuts. Anyway, you get the idea. It's not like there was some sort of global, you know, a dial that you could turn off the friction or turn up the oxygen or turn down the gravity. It's not like that at all. Dinosaurs were able to get so very large because of cool adaptations that they had. Yeah. You know, you could get dinosaurs that were as large as a jetliner because of stuff like, you know, their morphology. Being all full of air like this. This is a sauropod dinosaur. Everything you see in blue is air. It's hooked up to the respiratory system. That dark blue there is the lungs. These are big air sacs in the torso. And you've got all these pneumatized spaces, basically like air-filled hollows in the vertebrae that are hooked up to those lungs and air sacs. These animals were all full of air, which is one of the things that allowed them to grow so tremendously large, is they're full of air. Very lightweight. And Luis de Leon, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How have you and the hummingbirds been? Real good, I hope. The reason that modern birds are so good at flying, the reason they've conquered the skies, is because they inherited this avian respiratory system from their dinosaur ancestors. So, like, the first dinosaurs that evolved were already on their way to having, like, a bird-like respiratory system that was inherited by the theropod dinosaurs, which birds later evolved from. So birds owe their success in the skies to their dinosaur ancestors. It's pretty cool to think about. Yeah. Eternaz Dragon says, so the existence of birds might possibly hinge on previously huge dinosaurs? Birds seem to have evolved from smaller dinosaurs. You know, troodontids, like this guy here, are some of the closest relatives of birds, we think. Critters like little, Anchiornis. Yeah, not a big animal.
Tradoon.
Little Anchiornis here. But this is like one of the most bird-like dinosaurs we have. And it's probably very, very close to the actual ancestor of all the birds. Yeah. So birds did not evolve from big ancestors, but this earliest dinosaur ancestor already had the precursors to those traits. It already had hollow bones. It already had, like the precursor to a wishbone and all these other features that birds have today. And so those were just kind of passed along generation to generation as these animals evolved, and then birds got a big leg up from that. They're like, shoot, we've already got hollow bones. We've already got a wonderful respiratory system that's extremely efficient, makes us nice and lightweight. We've already got feathers. We inherited those from our dinosaur ancestors. They were set. You know, birds were, they were destined for flight. Well, not destined for flight, but, you know, they got really lucky. Birds started off on third base, and then, you know, and then claimed they hit a home run. They were set up very well for flight by their dinosaur ancestors. Yeah. But yeah. So that evolutionary need exists for lightweight bones. It did originally, yeah. The first dinosaurs that we had were predatory dinosaurs. They ran on two legs, they hunted small prey, and it's from ancestors like this, like little Eoraptor. So far, the earliest definitive dinosaur that we have. This critter already had the kind of basic bird body plan that birds later ran with, or flew with, I guess. Already walking on two legs. You've already got 3 toes on each foot contacting the ground. You've got 4 limbs that aren't used for locomotion anymore. It's not walking on all fours. Those limbs are freed up to evolve into wings. Eoraptor may have even had feathers. We don't really know. Some of these reconstructions that you see of it show it with feathers. Like right here. Proto-feathers. Very simple hair-like feathers. And they very well may have had that. We don't really know if Eoraptor had feathers or not, because it's not well preserved enough to have integument preserved skin or feathers. All we've got are the bones for Eoraptor. Yeah. Any specific, maybe known reason for why lightweight bones came into existence and lasted? Lightweight bones are just more efficient. They allow you to run faster. You don't have to lug around big heavy bones. It allows you to catch prey more easily. Allows you to escape from predators more easily. Yeah. But the ancestor, you know, if Eoraptor is indeed the ancestor of other dinosaurs, we think Eoraptor is very, very close to this original dinosaur here, this proto-dinosaur here. We haven't found the first dinosaur yet, but it probably looked a lot like Eoraptor. Just a little bit earlier, a little bit more, quote-unquote, primitive. But the hollow bones that these critters had were later taken advantage of by the sauropods to get super huge, and by the birds to get small and to fly. It's just a great adaptation to have. Yeah, and then other guys, the ornithischians over here, didn't really run with that. They thickened their bones up for some reason. They didn't have these, like, hollow bones for whatever reason. Their bones are much more massive. And as a result, they never quite got as big as the sauropods. Actually, not even anywhere close. And they have obviously never evolved to fly either. Only birds did that. So yeah, these guys forsook their hollow bones. Strengthened, they thickened their bones instead. But they were still remarkably successful, evolving into all different kinds of shapes and sizes like that. And is that metal slug music? I don't know, Eternized Dragon. I'm not really a video game guy. I just have a bunch of different surf rock covers of different songs. So it very well might have been. Here, let me go back and look, actually. No, this is a Nirvana song. Well, I don't think this is from Metal Slug either, but anyway, some of these are video game tracks, like Like this one. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And did Eoraptor have bird hips? It did not, HD. It had, like, it probably had hips that are, like, kind of more Saurischian-like. Eoraptor is still kind of a mystery exactly where it fits on the dinosaur family tree. We know it's very early on. It's been described as either a basal theropod or a basal sauropod. It's contentious. Yeah. Wikipedia is saying lightly built basal sauropodomorph dinosaur. So an ancestor of the long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. But it's also been interpreted as a basal theropod. Yeah. Anyway, here's the holotype of Eoraptor there. Exquisite, beautiful preservation. Just gorgeous. But the hips seem to be Saurischian. You know, a lizard-hipped dinosaur. Even though, it gets confusing because we've got the Saurischian and Ornithischian dinosaurs. The Saurischians, like our Allosaurus here. These guys are the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, with the pubis in front, the ischium in back, the ilium on top. Ornithischians are the bird-hipped dinosaurs. They've got a pubis that usually partly projects forward, but also a big prong of it projects backwards, kind of snuggles up to the ischium there. This was thought to be a more bird-like arrangement when these names were erected by Harry Govier Seeley around the turn of the century. But they turned out to be super confusing because birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. They evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. And in the very most bird-like of the Saurischians, that pubis actually starts pointing backwards, just like in birds. So birds actually evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, not from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. So yeah. Classic example of things being named in science before we really understood their proper relationships. So it gets a little confusing. Yeah. So yeah. And Value Bun, how are you doing? Hello to you too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Paleo means ancient, right? Correct. Yeah. Paleontology means the study of ancient life. Fossils in particular. That's what I work on. Dinosaur fossils, to be even more particular than that. But yeah. Everyone agrees that it's not an oreganosaur. Funny mayor's face. Yeah. And Crazier Weasel. Yeah, is that the? And it was that team from Chile, I think, that slapped a prosthetic tail on the back of that chicken to see how it would walk. Yeah. But yeah, an Eternized Dragon, yeah, shoot. You switch around some of those variables in a planet and a lot of stuff would have to change for organisms to be able to actually work, you know? But birds would not exist on an exoplanet. I want to make that very clear. Birds would not exist. Dinosaurs would not exist. None of the groups of animals or other organisms that we have here on Earth would exist. They would have to be different because they have to have come from a different ancestor. Yeah. And does the dinosaur on your turkey poster have bird hips? Good question, HD. Kind of. Well, it does. The Velociraptor and this, it's got a pubis that points backwards instead of forwards. So, with dinosaurs like Velociraptor, that are very, very bird-like, yeah, there we go. There's Deinonychus there. Close enough. Very close relative. And there's Velociraptor. The pubis actually points backwards, like in birds. Unlike in, And Steakhouse Pufen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, there you go, HD, yeah. Same for troodontids. Yeah. And these guys, let's see. The pubis, well, it's still kind of pointing forwards. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good old Troodon. But yeah, and heads helps. I'm glad you feel comfortable being your dino-loving self here. That's what we're all about, heads helps. Appreciate you. Yeah. And Steakhouse, hello to you too. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And convergent evolution across exoplanets would be fascinating. Absolutely, Harry. That'd be thrilling to look at. But yeah. And Mayor of Space wants to know if there are any birds whose hips have gone back the other way. I don't know enough about bird osteology to say definitively no, but I would suspect no, Mayor of Space, yeah. Birds have weird hips. I remember a story that Pat Holroyd told me. As a paleontologist here in Berkeley, she would get emails from the general public sometimes, people asking her to identify certain fossils or whatever. And she had a guy who kept pestering her with emails. He was convinced that he was finding giant snake skulls, you know, from giant snakes, and these must be the fossil remains of... It turned out what he had was a goose pelvis, and he thought that was a snake skull. But bird pelvises are extremely weird looking, because they've been modified for flight. So they're really, really weird looking. You just have this little like sliver of an ischium and a pubis on there. Bird pelvis diagram. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. So ischium, pubis. The ilium is, you know, by far the biggest part of it. But yeah. Interesting stuff. That's actually a pretty good diagram. And it's not too weird looking. You can compare that to a dinosaur pelvis. You've got your ilium on top, you've got your pubis, and you've got your ischium. Although in birds, the ischium is way bigger and more robust than the pubis, which is unlike almost any dinosaur. Any non-avian dinosaur, I should say. Non-bird dinosaur. But yeah. A Danny X Ornithologist podcast would be killer. That would be cool, Hezels. But yeah. On hips? Oh, what is this? Oh, very cool. Oh, this is lovely, yeah. Yeah, you get like basal Archosauriformes. This might be like a Rawasuchian or something. Pubis in front, broad ischium in back. The Neotheropods. This looks like might be the pelvis of like Coelophysis. Ischium in back, pubis in front. Maniraptoran dinosaurs, like Oviraptorosaurs. The pubis starts to point backwards. In basal most birds, like Archaeopteryx, that pubis kind of goes straight down like this, and then it gets even weirder in our extant birds there. Yeah. That might be a partridge or something. But yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat stuff. This is lovely, Murph. Thank you for finding it. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, Murph. Thank you. Would it be considered a goose pelvis? Oh boy, Commodore. But yeah. Anywho, there was a point that I was making about classification and Here.
So distinguished today. And beyond that,
Yep.
phylogeny helps. And beyond.
Stop it, YouTube. Okay, here we go. Here's a lovely video about this kind of thing, about the basic tenets of phylogeny, how we figure out that living things are related to one another, and we classify them based on that, based on their common ancestry. Lovely video from Crash Course here. Let's take a look.
In 1799, a strange animal skin landed in the hands of biologist George Shaw. Studying its features, Shaw noticed the perfect resemblance of the beak of a duck engrafted on the head of a quadruped. So accurate is the similitude that at first view it naturally excites the idea of some deceptive preparation by artificial means. So basically, this thing seriously looks like a duckbill sewn onto some fur. That animal, the platypus, is very much real. And even weirder than Shaw realized, platypuses lay eggs. They sweat milk through their skin, and they're venomous to boot. They're also mammals like us, but they're a different kind of mammal. One that split off from the rest back when the dinosaurs were still around. Today,
so this is really important because one of the things that a lot of people learn in school is like this basic concept of biological classification, where it's like, oh, well, you have fish. Separate from that, you have amphibians. Separate from that, you have reptiles and mammals and birds. All separate groups. And fish have scales and they swim in the water. And, mammals don't lay eggs. And they have warm blood and stuff like that. This is like it's a kindergarten level understanding of classification and of relatedness of different groups. So it's cool to learn that in kindergarten or third grade or whatever. But I think what most American schools really fail at is like teaching that at anything close to like an adult level of understanding. Creationists, of course, they can take most of the blame for this. They fight tooth and nail to keep evolutionary concepts out of American schools, and they've been very successful at that, honestly. So you've got all of these people, very intelligent, well-read, well-educated people, doctors and lawyers and senators and speakers of the House, for instance, who might be like very intelligent and well-read, Ivy League educations, whatever. They know zilch about biology because they don't understand the most foundational concept, that living things change over time and they diversify over time. That is the most basic concept in all of biology, and it just doesn't typically get taught in American schools. Unless you're lucky enough to go to like a Catholic school. Catholic schools, for whatever reason, are really good about teaching evolution. But yeah. Anyway, that's why these most basic concepts are still like unknown to most adults that you talk to in the United States, for instance. It's the same way in a lot of other countries too, but I live here in the US and I feel like I have some standing in being like, oh shoot, we're bad at this. We need to get better at this. Yeah.
Today, they are one of only 2 living members of that weird, wonderful lineage. We call the study of branching evolutionary histories like these phylogeny.
Yep.
Understanding it helps us paint a picture of our pal the platypus, like who their ancestors were, and why they look so distinguished today. And beyond that, phylogeny helps us understand all kinds of lineages to make sense of life's big, whopping family. Hi, I'm Dr. Sammy, your friendly neighborhood entomologist, and this
Insect science.
Crash Course Biology.
Yeah. This is such important stuff.
I didn't get enough theme music last night.
Yeah. Oh, how I wish, as a paleontologist, that this sort of thing were actually taught in U.S. schools. In most biology classrooms, from like middle school through high school, you might learn about, the different stages of mitosis, or what the Golgi apparatus does, or, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, blah, blah, blah. Honestly, if I'm being completely candid about this,
fossils.
And Nadia's, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. If I'm going to be brutally honest about this, none of that stuff matters at all compared to concepts like this. None of those things will actually tell you anything about where we came from or why certain creatures look more similar to the other creatures. It's like not tiny little details, but it's details. It's not big picture stuff. You can take an AP biology course and maybe get a 5 on the advanced placement test there and not understand the most basic foundational principles of biology. And that's nuts, So yeah, Atlas Brute says, I agree. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. And in New York City, evolution is taught and explained in high school, Oscar Juniors. Unfortunately, how many different school districts exist in New York City? I think there's a bunch, right? I don't think it's just one. The weird thing is, here in the United States, curriculum is decided on at the local level. There's basically no, strict overarching standard throughout the country at a federal level. It's like decisions about what will be taught in United States schools, public schools, those are decided on the school district level. And sometimes there might be multiple school districts within a single U.S. city. And that creates a lot of problems for families who move around because, if you're learning math, for instance, as a 3rd grader, you're supposed to learn about fractions, let's say, in 3rd grade, but then you move to a different school district, and, they already learned about fractions in 2nd grade, and so you just never learn fractions because there's not that standardization from district to district. Yeah. So, but yeah. And the U.S. Department of Education, for most intents and purposes, it doesn't really exist. It's wildly underfunded, and yeah. There aren't consistent standards across the entire country for what should be taught at what level. There's Common Core, but Common Core is kind of a half measure that it's a compromise that I think nobody liked. But yeah. All of New York State has the same science standard. Is that right, Oscar Juniors? Well, New York is doing something right then. Holy cow. Yeah. And Mikey Likes, was lucky here. Mikey Likes says, I had evolution taught as scientific fact, which it is. It's observable, repeatable, both in Catholic junior high school and in public high school in Colorado in the late 1980s. I'm glad to hear that, Mikey Likes. There are really good teachers in different schools across the United States who might understand the importance of phylogeny and evolution, and they might teach that to their students. But you would be shocked at the number of students and number of teachers who, either are hostile to the idea of evolution or biology in general. I had one of those teachers in high school. Or B, never really learned about it in the first place and de-emphasize it. Or C, maybe they're following the lesson plan laid out in a textbook to the letter or whatever, but that textbook just doesn't really include evolution in it, That's the case throughout a lot of the state of Texas, for instance, or Louisiana is another good example of that. Oh yeah. And Frozen Yak, I think that was a joke, wasn't it? I don't think anybody was serious about simplifying the numerical constant pi to make it exactly 3, right? Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And the panda book, anyway? Yeah, exactly. Cheers this up. Here, call back. I know I show this clip all the time, but yeah. So this is from 2007 documentary. It's about the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial in 2005. Creationists were trying to introduce creationism into a public school classroom in Dover, Pennsylvania. There was a big trial about it, and this paleontologist, Kevin Padian, colleague of mine from right here in Berkeley, California, he was invited as an expert witness, and here's him talking about this.
Darwin proposed.
So he was invited in to talk about science, to talk about paleontology, to talk about the study of fossils and how it demonstrates in a direct and immediate way how life has evolved over time. And so, like, he basically took a day out to, you know, to talk about this. Here, I'll go back a little bit.
One species giving rise to another over millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
Be right back.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G.
Oh, yeah.
We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
Yep.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms...
And Kevin's hair nowadays is super long, and he wears it like a ponytail on his head. Yeah.
Bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's been a huge influence, and this is robbing American school children of a real understanding about not just biology, but about the history of life on Earth, about our role in this whole story of the development of life on our planet. All the context that comes with that. It's a lovely documentary here, and here's a link to it if you want to watch the whole thing. But yeah. And Atlas Brood says, I just realized. Atlas Brood just realized. This stream is basically a crash course in paleontology, but in a more Socratic discussion manner. That is music to my ears, Atlas Brood. I am overjoyed to hear that, because that's what this is supposed to be. The whole point of paleontologizing is to try and show you how paleontology works, to try and peel back the curtain and explain how it is that we know what we know, and how we might find out eventually what we don't know currently. To show you what the process is. Paleontologizing, it's a verb. It's taking paleontology, which some people might think of as like a dusty book up on a shelf somewhere. No, I want to show you how this works. I want to show you that it is an ongoing field of research, and I want to show you some of that research and that field work as it's happening. That's That's my whole point here. That's the whole purpose of this endeavor, and you've encapsulated that beautifully, Atlas Brood, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you. But yeah. I expected Danny to shed a tear at that. Such high praise. Rocky Elders, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah. And Rocky Elder says, speaking of dusty old big books, that mentality toward the sciences is a big problem in the U.S. today, I wager. Oh yeah. Yeah. And Rocky Elder says, I'm so glad this stream exists because it's how we break that mentality. I hope so. You know, I do what I can, and I'm lucky that people sit around and listen to me talk about this. I try and make these streams engaging and interesting. I try and have a heart-to-heart with whoever wants to show up and ask questions. This is the best way I know of doing science outreach. And the bigger audience, you know, we can reach here, the better that will go. So thank you everybody for being here and asking questions and all that good stuff. Here, let's get back to this video here about phylogeny, because this is the fundamental concept in all of life science. And it doesn't get talked about enough. And wait, Commodore says, do you think science is being put on a pedestal and people lack an interest because they think that's just for smart people? To a certain extent, yeah, Commodore. You know, and that's part of why I do that. Like, I'm no genius. You know, I hope that seeing me on screen yammer on about science helps people realize that it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to be able to understand these things. I am not necessarily any smarter than anybody watching right now. And by approaching these topics in a way that's kind of informal, you know, knowing Simpsons clips and stuff like that, like we often do here, I want to make it, I want to hammer home the point that science is for everybody. The whole myth of, like, the tortured genius toiling away in the laboratory, you know, through all hours of the night to come up with some breakthrough idea, like, that's a myth. It doesn't work that way.
We alone are the only species
Asazi.
that comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Thank you for those 16 months, Asazi. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for keeping me online for that long. Keeping me off the streets, you know? It's not genius that characterizes the scientist. It's passion, it's curiosity, and it's, hopefully, intellectual honesty. Those are the three things that characterize a scientist. You don't have to be a genius to be a scientist. I don't necessarily believe in the idea of genius anyway. It's funny, when you think about the quintessential geniuses of our time, or the 20th century, we'll say. You know, people like Einstein. When you actually read about the personal life of Einstein, you realize what a flawed human being he was. Yeah, he absolutely got some things 1,000,000% correct. He had some really influential ideas. you know, in his field of study, but this is a guy who, like, was incapable of doing his own laundry. And that doesn't make him a genius. It makes him a flawed human being.
I'll tell you another way.
As we all are as human beings.
About 250.
Glorious Sun? Oh, yeah. Ah! 16 months of support. Thank you, Glorious Sun. I really appreciate your support and keeping me here online for as long as you have. But, Rocky Aldous is flawed is right. Did he even own a comb? Yeah.
Cheated? Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And, thank you, Science Streams, for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Belinda, as a fellow scientist and a fellow human being, I think you can echo this point. You might be streaming right now. Shoot, I don't want to distract you. But, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, science takes all different kinds of people. Some are smarter than others. I know scientists who are, you know, like myself, not all that bright necessarily. You know? I don't have a very high opinion of my own intelligence. I don't know. Sometimes I like to say, I have a dog's brain. You know? I'm really bad at certain things. I'm bad at math. I frequently transpose different numbers when I'm trying to do math, almost in like a dyslexic kind of way. I get endlessly fascinated by things that should not be remarkable to a normal human being, you know? Things like tiki bars, as, you know, as kitschy and dumb as they can be. It's like, oh, something about that like tickles my brain in a way where it's like, oh wow, that's so cool. There's plants inside, and there's an artificial waterfall made of, you know, made of spray foam. Like, wow. I have a dog's brain, you know? That's okay. I can still be a scientist. I can still contribute to a scientific field. I can make new discoveries. I can write them up. I can publish them in the scientific literature. I can contribute to the sum total of human knowledge like that. It does not take some sort of mythical super genius to become a scientist. It takes, like I said before, passion, curiosity, and intellectual honesty. I haven't thought about that trio for very long. I just kind of came up with that a few minutes ago when I mentioned it, but I'll think about it some more, because that might become a thing, you know? I'm sure there's more things as well. Patience, if you want to actually, like, publish in the scientific literature, it takes a lot of patience for all kinds of bureaucratic nonsense. I'm not always so good at that. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Einstein shouldn't drive, them's the brakes. There you go, Andy. I wonder if Albert Einstein had a driver's license. He may not have. And Neverwinterful says that might be dyscalculia. I don't know if it... I've never been tested for anything like that. But yeah. Atlas Brute says, I think the reason many people have issues with developing a passion for science is partially because they are taught a diluted form of it in normal classes. While in honors and AP, advanced placement, that's where the more interesting material is. I agree. And the teachers are more interested in making it more entertaining. In a normal science class, you might do a helium sound experiment or something, while in AP, advanced placement, you will be looking at way more interesting things, if less explosive and colorful. I think that is kind of part of it. I think also... Yeah, I agree, Atlas Brood. I agree. I think science is at its most interesting when it's presented by someone who's invested in it, like a scientist, a researcher, or like a good science communicator. I think any subject is like that. The more somebody is excited about it, the more people are willing to listen to them and learn and be excited about learning. There's that old phrase that, like, nobody knows... No, excuse me. I gotta make sure I don't mix this up. Nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Passion and enthusiasm count for an awful lot. And, I don't know. You end up with... In a lot of cases, you end up with, you know, stuff like this. Doesn't help that he's writing everything backwards on the board there. Oh, Basil, no. No, don't say that. Which is really funny, because Ben Stein in real life would disagree with that, I think, because he's very much like a supply side guy. He's also like a rabid evolution denier. Oh, he's a real piece of work. Yeah. I don't know if... I hope nobody here is a casual fan or admirer of Ben Stein, because he is very much an example of someone who is trying to push the American populace further into ignorance, especially about things like evolution. Oh, boy. Here, yeah, take a look at this, for instance. This is one of the worst documentaries you will ever see. Incredibly boring. The trailer is so much more entertaining than the actual film is. It's incredibly dull. His whole thing is, you know, just like old creationist canards. Anyway, it's... The reason for bringing this up is to demonstrate that there are vested interests in keeping phylogenetic and evolutionary thought out of American classrooms, for instance. There are a lot of people with a lot of wealth and power and influence who don't want these ideas taught in schools. They'd prefer to substitute creationism in there, and that's exactly what Ben Stein wants to do. That's kind of what that whole documentary is about. But yeah. Harry says they pretend like they are oppressed, when in reality they control everything in most states. Yeah. But it's not enough, you know? Anyway, and Kinamara says less intelligent people are often easier to control. I mean, less well-educated people who are disenfranchised in various ways are easier to control. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you can keep people ignorant of things, you can can keep them from learning about stuff, you can disempower them. Anyway, that's the opposite of what I'm trying to do here, so let's talk about phylogeny a little bit. Yeah.
Extended family is full of second cousins you've never met and great uncles twice removed. Nobody's wearing name tags, and there's no auntie with an encyclopedic memory to tell us how we're related. But we humans make and share knowledge about the world by naming and categorizing stuff. Whether that's movie genres, art styles, or types of burritos. We slap name tags on life's diversity through taxonomy, systems of labeling and categorizing organisms. For over 250 years, biologists have largely used the Linnaean system of classification. It files living things into groups called taxa, based on observable traits that they share. The sortings are basically a bunch of...
So a taxon, taxa is the plural, a taxon is a group of organisms that are classified as a unit. So a taxon could be something as specific as a species, or even a subspecies, or a population within a species. Or it could be as broad as, like, life on Earth. A kingdom is an example of a taxon. A phylum is an example of a taxon. Order, family, genus, species, subspecies, whatever. Taxa are like subdivisions that we use in classification. Taxa is plural, taxon is similar. Yeah.
Nested boxes. Species goes in genus, genus
And
in
Rocky
family,
Alters
family in
angles.
order, and so on. But these taxonomic boxes are kind of subjective. Boxes like genus or family, for example, can be...
Oh, this is good. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, how these are... They're subjective. They're kind of arbitrary in a certain way. You know, rankings like that. Incomplete remnants of dinosaur DNA or may exist in petroleum. So petroleum is not made from dinosaurs at Turn Eyes Dragon. Petroleum is almost entirely made of like plankton that drifted down to the bottom of the ocean and was compacted. Plankton's an ocean bottom thing. Yeah, and it's also metamorphosed in such a way where like none of the original DNA would remain. We don't have any single scraps of really any dinosaur DNA from the Mesozoic. DNA doesn't seem to last that long, but never say never. Maybe someday we'll get some tiny scraps of non-avian dinosaur DNA direct from fossils or something, but it hasn't happened yet. Yeah. Anyhow.
Kind of subjective. Boxes like genus or family, for example, can be very broad or very specific, depending on when in history they were coined. I mean, there is literally one family
You're not
France.
wrong. Yeah.
More than 12,000 species, but just one family. Whose idea was that?
That's a good example. Yeah, shoot. Ants. There's one ant family. That's is it Formasidae? I forget what they're called. Might be Formasidae. 12,000 species in one ant family. Whereas, like with, you know, the Tuatara, for instance, go back to our tree of life here. Rhynchocephalia nowadays, which is an entire order or super order of reptiles, I think. There's one species branching off from the basal Lepidosauria right there. So yeah. Anyway, these different groups do not... They're arbitrary in that sense, where like one family of organisms is not the same rank as another family of organisms. I guess it is the same rank, but it's not like the same importance or the same broadness or specificity. Yeah. But yeah, there you go, Atlas Brute. And Rocky Alter says, I saw a bumper sticker on a gas guzzler pickup the other day that said, runs on recycled dinosaurs. And I thought of you, Danny. I'm flattered, Rocky Alters. Yeah, unfortunately that driver is as misguided about their understanding of petroleum as they are about their vehicle choice. Yeah.
And because Linnaean taxonomy often relies on physical traits to sort organisms, it can miss other less visible markers of relationship between species. Enter systematics, the science of categorizing organisms based on their phylogeny.
So this is really important to understand. The way that we classify living things isn't arbitrary. It's not supposed to be like an anything goes kind of like vibes based, like, oh, you know, these critters look similar. A dolphin looks a lot like a swordfish. They must be close relatives. They're both long and sleek, and they swim through the water really fast. You know, they've got to be related. No. As scientists, we strive to actually classify living things based on who they evolved from, and we figure that out by very careful study of their anatomy, of their fossil history, of their genome as well. DNA has actually provided a wonderful shortcut for us. We can essentially look at like the source code, to use kind of a facile analogy. We can look at the source code of organisms to figure out who's actually most closely related to whom. Yeah. And Diagonal, this one is, I'd say this one's pretty stellar. I like this video a lot. Yeah.
That fancy word for evolutionary history. Unlike Linnaean taxonomy, which rested on how we humans historically named things, systematics works to uncover more objective data about how species are related. Biologists construct phylogenies by comparing the anatomy and DNA of different organisms. For example, sometimes organisms have common features because of shared ancestry, called homologous traits. Homologous comes from the Greek homologos, which means consistent. And with homologous traits, you see a consistency in the evolutionary blueprint. Like, if a horse, a bat, and you walked into an X-ray machine, and no, this is not the setup for a terrible joke, you find the same basic bone structure in your arm, the horse's front legs, and the bat's wing. Different arrangement, same hand-me-downs from a common ancestor.
Bingo.
If you put a bird and a dragonfly.
We call this homology right here. So in a human, a horse, and a bat, we all have a humerus right there, a radius and an ulna. In the horse and the human, we've got carpal bones in the wrist, and then we have digits. 5 in a human, 5 in a bat. Only 1 in a horse, but early horse ancestors had 5 digits. Early horses had 5 fingers and 5 toes. Pretty cool. That's because we're all mammals. We're all tetrapods. We share a common ancestor. We got these traits from the same ancestor that we share. We're all working with the same hand-me-downs like that.
Your arm, the horse's front legs, and the bat's wing.
Call it horse's arm. Just
same
call it
hand-me-downs from a common ancestor.
Yeah.
But if you put a bird and a dragonfly in there, you'd see that their wings aren't made from the same stuff.
Yep, they're not homologous. So the arm of a chicken, evolved from the arm of a dinosaur, and the wing of a dragonfly, it's a completely different structure, Because you'd have to... You startled me, Mini Pie. My goodness. You got to go back pretty darn far to find the common ancestor of a dragonfly and a chicken. Mini Pie, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. What's shaking with you? Yeah. Somebody's got some energy today. My goodness, Mini Pie. My goodness. Yeah. What are you doing? Are you hamming it up for the camera? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? Yeah. Oh, you are a menace, Mini Pie. SB says you're a menace. Are you a menace? Is that what you be menacing? Yeah. Oh, it is treat time, I think. So, cats share a tremendous number of anatomical similarities with us humans because we share a fairly recent common ancestor. Probably back in the Cretaceous. So only like maybe 80 million years ago, 90 million years ago, something like that. Not very long ago in the grand scheme of things. We, humans, and cats shared a common ancestor back then. Let's find that, Mini Pie. Get me in the face with your tail. Yeah, let's find that. Oh, she loves that cycad plant there. Yeah, that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff, Minnie. Yeah. So here, let's jump from the Tuatara to the cat. Domestic cat, Felis catus. There we are. Yeah. 90 million years ago equals recent? I mean, basically, yeah, let's jump from cat to good old Homo sapiens. We're not that far away in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, there's us within Hominidae, the great apes. There we go. I don't know how great we are, but anyway. Yeah. They're apes, old world monkeys and apes, monkeys and apes, monkeys, apes, and tarsiers, primates, euchrontons, Euarchontoglires, Boroeutherians, and then... Yeah, so I think we are Yep. So humans and cats, me and Mini Pie right here, we share a common ancestor about 85 million years ago. That's when our ancestors split. So because it was so recent, in the grand scheme of things, remember life on Earth is about 3.8 to 4 billion years old. Billion with a B. Billion. We share a lot of characteristics. We've got the same basic, set of bones to us. And, yeah, we even share a lot of, structures to our brains and stuff like that. What's 85 million years between friends? How many, Pie? What is that? Not that much. That's not that much. Yeah. So mid-late Cretaceous. Here you go, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's give Mini Pie some treats here. Mini Pie, it's time for me to pay rent? You want some treats? Is that what you want? Let me see if I can brush you first, actually. Let's try and get rid of some of that hair. Can I brush you? Yeah, there we go. No, you don't seem into this right now, so I'm gonna stop. But oh, you know what that is. You know what that is, yeah. Let's get you some treats here. Yeah. There you go, Minnie. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here, I'll give her like 8 of them. Yeah. Ugh, now my hands are gonna smell like salmon flavor. Ugh. Yeah, you use those mammalian chompers. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Oh, you dropped one. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Oh, there's a little piece. Get it. Yeah. Good. Oh, no. Snarfle it up. There you go. There you go, Mini Pie. Yeah. Good stuff. How was that? Did you enjoy that? Yeah, that's it. No more. Alright. I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah. The clade that includes both human beings and cats and all these other critters is called Boroeutheria. So about 85 million years ago, there was one species that was successful enough where it had, you know, first it was one species right here, then it split into two, those two split into more, and more and more and more and more and more, until we end up with all these different critters 85 million years ago. We can go back further in time to 90 million years ago and the advent of the placental mammals, which also includes these critters, Atlantogenata. You've got afrotheres like the dugong, you've got anteaters and tenrecs and aardvarks and armadillos, part of the Atlantogenata. And you can go back even further than that, 160 million years ago. You've got the ancestor of all the therian mammals, which also includes the marsupials. The marsupials split off 160 million years ago from the common ancestor of the eutherian and marsupial mammals. So yeah. And Gravity says, I asked my parents if they knew the origin of petroleum, and my dad knew about the plankton and algae. Very cool, Gravity. That's awesome. I'm so pleased about this fact. Yeah. And Eternized Dragon says, giraffes also are quite tall with long necks. Do they also come from dinosaurs? No. So giraffes are actually closer to whales than they are to dinosaurs. Giraffes are a kind of artiodactyl mammal. So they're way over here. Giraffes are closest to okapi. And then to pronghorn after that are American antelope, as some people call them. Or speed goats. Home on the range where the deer and the antelope play. These are the antelope in question. They're not actually antelope. They're pronghorn. They're from a different group than like African or Asian antelope. Yeah, and so they're related to bison, deer, elk, moose, saiga, goats, etc. Yeah. So again, these are all mammals. We can zoom out further and further and further until we just get to mammals, therian mammals, and then mammals. And mammals are pretty darn far from dinosaurs. They're, yeah, dinosaurs start here. Mammals are from way over here. In order to get to where mammals link up with dinosaurs, you gotta go all the way back to amniotes. 320 million years ago, the mammal line and the reptile line meet up. 320 million years ago, you had the ancestor of both the reptiles and the mammals. We call this group Amniota. All the creatures that descended from this are called amniotes. Mammals are amniotes, reptiles are amniotes, which includes us as mammals, and dinosaurs, which are kind of reptile. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Zumba. I like that, Rachyopters, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Eternized Dragon says, so if whales hadn't existed or had died out way back by other more predatory species... Where's that ellipsis leading, Eternized Dragon? I don't know where that's going. But, yeah, we now know that whales evolved from hoofed land animals. Related to, like, deer and stuff like that. Closest to hippos, really. But, and Killor Dave, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and we're not closely related to whales. Whales are closer to deer, pigs, hippos especially, critters like that. But the evolution of whales is a really cool thing. Here, let's make this 1.5 speed. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so let's go to whales. Whales are part of a clade called Whippomorpha. There's the toothed whales. And then Cetacea is whales, and then a little bit up from there, you also rendezvous with the hippos. Hippos are right here. They are part of this group called Whippomorpha. Yeah, a group of artiodactyls, even-toed ungulates. It contains all living cetaceans, whales, dolphins, and hippopotamuses, too. Yeah. There you go, Murph. Yeah, Whippomorpha. Yes, indeed.
Straight up!
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Killer Dave says, sup, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yay, taxonomy! Yes, indeed, Killer Dave. Yeah, taxonomy is more interesting than most people give it credit for because, at least in biology, it's based on something real. It's not arbitrary. It's not a vibes-based thing. It's based on which creatures actually share ancestors. It's based on their evolutionary relationships. And that's something that especially here in the US, most people never learn in school. Unless maybe they go to college and are lucky enough to take a biology course in college, then maybe they learn this. But, like, the vast majority of people walking around, like, never got to learn this in school, which honestly sucks. That's really unfortunate. Yeah. Alice Brood says, what is that aquatic long snout dinosaur in the back, by the way? Solar dolphin-esque? That's an ichthyosaur, not a dinosaur. We'll be talking about these guys with Balint later for when I do my crossover with Science Streams this evening. But that's an ichthyosaur. That's my, my depiction of an ichthyosaur done in like a Pacific Northwest, indigenous people style. Yeah, ichthyosaurs were these giant, well, not always giant, some of them were really small. But they were these almost dolphin-like reptiles that existed in the oceans at the same time as the dinosaurs, even before the first dinosaurs. A little bit before. But this is a group of reptiles that took to the oceans. They became fully marine, fully adapted to life in the sea, to the point where they gave birth to live young, just like dolphins and whales do today. Or many species of shark also give birth to live young. They didn't lay eggs. They gave birth to live young right there in the ocean. They're really cool critters. Later on in our crossover stream with Balint, we'll be talking about these critters and how they may have grown as big or larger than blue whales. And is something that's been in the news lately. We talked about this paper yesterday. We'll be talking about it a little bit more today. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Ichthyosaurs are pretty cool critters. And it wouldn't be possible for them to lay eggs under the water, right? If they breathe air? Says, Vacorda? Yeah. Well, there are certain marine reptiles that live in the ocean. We have some today that lay eggs, even though they live in the ocean. And what do we call them? Well, I'm glad you asked. Chat, you may have inadvertently triggered a special time here. And here it goes.
I like turtles.
It's turtle time. Turtles. are kind of marine reptile today that return to land to lay their eggs in the sand, and then all their little babies gotta emerge from the sand and then hoof it toward the beach. I guess this would mean that only female sea turtles ever leave the ocean. Male sea turtles don't really do that, but females do, to lay their eggs. But this places certain constraints on turtles. They could never evolve to be more fully marine. You look at ichthyosaurs, and they could fully commit to life in the sea. These guys could not waddle up onto land. They would die like a whale, you know, like this. But yeah, that ability to give birth to live young in the ocean that they evolved was, that was a big advantage for them. Yeah. So yeah. And only newly hatched male sea turtles are not in the ocean, and that's hopefully for only a very short period of time. There you go, Rocky Alters, yeah. Anyway. Anywho. And, Pablo Botnick says platypus. We were talking about platypus a little bit earlier. We'll get back to that. Platypus are a kind of mammal that lay eggs, but that's because most mammals used to lay eggs. There was a whole big group of mammals, the monotremes, that laid eggs, and now we've only got a few species left. All the rest of them went extinct. We only have various species of echidna, and then I think one species of platypus, and that's it. There's like 6 species of monotremes, when that used to be the majority of mammals laid eggs, back during the age of dinosaurs, but... Anywho, let's continue this little video here.
They have totally different evolutionary origins, and so...
Oh, and Rocky Alters says, important note, ichthyosaurs were still air-breathing, like modern aquatic mammals, right? Exactly, Rocky Alters. Ichthyosaurs, like all marine reptiles, breathe air. And that's actually an interesting thing. You might think that breathing air is a disadvantage if you're an animal that's fully aquatic. It's like, if you're fully aquatic, but you still have to come up to the surface to breathe air, isn't that a big handicap? Isn't that a big hindrance? Isn't that a big disadvantage that you have? No. It's actually an advantage. It sounds surprising, but that's a good thing, that you can breathe air straight from the surface. Because that's far more efficient than having to, like, filter little bits of air from the water, you know? Be able to like, have oxygen pass over your gills and then get, like, more or less passively absorbed by your gills. You can't get very much oxygen that way, and that seems to be a constraint on a lot of ray-fin fishes and chondrichthyan fishes too. They struggle to get enough oxygen sometimes. To just go straight up to the surface and take a giant gulp of air, it's a lot easier. And so whales, you know, big baleen whales may have never been able to get as big as they could get if they had to, like, breathe air, you know, take oxygen through gills. It's just not a very efficient way of obtaining your oxygen. But yeah. And Batman there says, interesting, that makes sense. Good. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Mirth, 5 living monotreme species, the duck-billed platypus, and 4 species of echidna. I think some mammalogists split up echidnas into 6 or even 7 species, but there's probably some controversy there, Mirth. Yeah. But yeah. Mayor of Space says, many sharks cannot stop moving or they will die because their gills can't self-pump. Exactly, Mayor of Space, yeah. But other species of shark have the ability to stay still and not suffocate. Nurse sharks are a good example. But I think, what is it? So-called requiem sharks, or what's the group that great whites belong to? They do not have the ability to stay still. Like they will suffocate if they don't keep swimming. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. How do those dudes sleep? They don't, Gravity. They don't. Just like tuna. I remember I was curious about this one evening. Yeah. At the lovely Monterey Bay Aquarium in Monterey, California. I got to visit there a little while ago. They've got this beautiful enclosure. They call it the beautiful tank habitat. They call it the Open Sea exhibit. It's one of the largest aquarium tanks in the world, and they've got these gigantic tuna that swim around in there. They used to have bluefin tuna. I think they're all yellowfin now. I don't think they have the truly, like, super big bluefin tuna. I think they're mostly yellowfins nowadays. But they just swim around and around and around 24/7. They never sleep. And I remember one night I was thinking about that. It was past midnight. I was up late for some reason. And I'm like, did tuna sleep? Let me check the live cam and see what they're up to. Like, nope, they're still swimming around. 24/7. Tuna do not sleep. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And laminate, yeah, the laminate sharks, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, lineate tuna are incredibly cool animals. I read a book about them not too long ago. Yeah. Called Tuna, A Love Story by Richard Ellis. Really cool book. I'll admit I actually skimmed through a bunch of it because it was mostly about like tuna fishing practices and stuff in certain parts. But the actual like biology of these animals was really interesting to read about. The history of their study, their cultural importance. If that sounds interesting to you, check this book out. It's really good. And yeah, he may have moved to a different publisher or something, but that might be a like an updated version of that. Claire Burr, the one that you posted. Yeah. But good stuff. Tuna, Love, Death, and Mercury by Richard Ellis. Yeah, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, and that's unfortunate, Jimbo Slice. Yeah, poor New Orleans. Go visit it while you can, before it's gone. I want to go visit New Orleans. I've never been there. I've heard very cool things, though. I want to go before it disappears. New Orleans is not long for this world. It will not be around much longer. Probably not, at least. I love how tuna in Spanish is just the word scrambled atún. Yeah, Oscar Jr.'s, yeah. Anywho. Here, let's get back to our phylogeny here. Let's look up tuna on our grand tree of life here. And good night to you, Jerry Rick. Thanks for being here. Yeah. They're in our ray-finned fishes. We've got tuna, Alathunus phalli. We've got genus Palometa. Where's our bluefin tuna? Anyway, yeah. They are part of the ray-finned fishes, which are vertebrate animals. They are bony vertebrates. And so you can eventually get to them if you go from them to us, rather, if you go through Dipnotetrapodomorpha, lungfishes and tetrapods, amniotes, mammals, and then you can get to us. Right here. Yeah. A branch up from the other tuna. Thank you, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. the way that we understand these relationships between different living things, called phylogeny.
The wings between those organisms are not homologous structures. But it's not always that simple to determine how organisms are related. Giant pandas also share their basic arm bone structure
And that's
with
cool,
us,
Jimbo Slice. That's
plus
cool, cool.
a thumb-like appendage. So you
Yeah.
might look at a panda's paw and think, boom, samesies, we're close relatives. And
Nope.
while our thumbs do perform similar jobs, like firmly grasping snacks, our jointed thumb consists of several bones. A panda's thumb is actually a single wrist bone that evolved into a lengthened hook.
So pandas effectively have like 6 fingers because their thumb is actually a modified wrist bone that sticks out from their wrist. They still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers. This is their true thumb right there, digit 1. They've got a weirdo wrist bone that sticks out like another finger there. Yeah. Super weird, but that's how it goes. You can see that right there. 5 fingers, and then they've got that other pad right there. That's a special wrist bone that sticks out that allows them to grasp bamboo. Super weird, right? Yeah. So it's not a phalanx, exactly, Murph. It's a carpal bone. Yeah. Or a radial sesamoid? Okay. But yeah. Pretty weird and cool. Pretty weird and cool. What's going on with them? Yeah. And they just evolved an extra thumb to hold bamboo out of a wrist bone instead of using their existing digits. Sometimes evolution goes in weird directions like that, you know? You can't predict where it's going to go because it's all based on what's happening in the moment. Selective pressures on populations of living things can go in one direction or another.
Narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
And Kriegs Vin, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Weird, cool stuff. Yeah.
So these are analogous traits. They look similar, but evolved independently. It's also why pandas can't play video games. So in addition to comparing physical similarities, biologists will use genetic similarities to construct phylogenies. This is based on the hypothesis that life runs on a roughly regular molecular clock, meaning DNA and protein sequences have evolved at a relatively constant rate over time. So theoretically, the more genetically different two species are, the more time has passed since their most recent common ancestor. Some models assume
like a
that
free
the rate
floating
of
bone.
change
Cool.
varies across time and organisms, but averages out to a fairly steady rhythm. Other models assume
And Mayor Space says, don't eyes also have those extra fingers from modified wrist bones? I think eyes are related to primates. I think they've got true thumbs. Here. Let's jump to eye. From us humans. And yeah, they're right over there. I think they're like an early diverging member of the lemur group, Lemuriformes. I think eyes have got true thumbs, but let's see. Eye hand. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah, they just happen to have extremely long, creepy looking fingers. Yeah. When they pick their nose, they can basically like touch their brain. It's crazy what they can do there. Yeah. Take a look at this. I think Balent and Lita were discussing this. Wild stuff. But it goes so far up their nose, it's insane. They can, like, practically touch their own brain. Wild. Yeah. For those weird moments when your brain itches. Real men, yes. Exactly. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. Wild. Anyway, but yeah, they've got the same 5 digits that we have. It's just their middle finger there is extremely thin, and that's used for like probing in insects, you know, burrows and stuff like that. Yeah. Got a song stuck in your head? Try this one weird trick. There you go, Rocky Alters. Yeah. And then there you go, Luis De Leon. Let me pick your brain a minute. Yeah. Oh boy. Don't let an eye do that to you. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, back to our video here. Let's go back a touch.
Theoretically, the more genetically different two species are, the more time has passed since their most recent common ancestor. Some models assume that the rate of change varies across time and organisms, but averages out to a fairly steady rhythm. Other models assume that the rate has evolved in step with other traits,
like
the
molecular
rate at which
clocks
an organism
here.
metabolizes as food. But either way, the point is we can compare apples and oranges, genetically anyway. Now, some genetic differences arise.
And do eyes have a pseudo thumb, Claire Burr? Huh. Interesting. I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. I want to continue.
As from natural selection, because they're traits that lend an advantage or disadvantage as an organism evolves. But others, they've arisen due to sheer random chance. Let's pay a visit to the theater of life. Even as a kid, Japanese biologist and geneticist Dr. Moto Kimura wasn't afraid of thinking differently. He was outspoken, brimming with questions, even when they rubbed his teachers the wrong way. So it's no surprise that Kimura went on to ask a really big question in 1968. What if evolution isn't entirely about survival of the fittest, but also survival of the lucky? Complex math led Kimura to suspect most genetic changes are random and neutral. They don't impact whether the organism does better or worse in their environment. He called this idea neutral theory and argued that sheer chance had a bigger effect on evolution than natural selection. This was very different from what Charles Darwin had proposed and how most biologists thought evolution worked. So it didn't go over well at first, but Kimura defended the idea with dogged determination. And by challenging one of Darwin's basic ideas, Kimura refined our understanding of evolution. He showed us random chance does play a role so big that it's now typically assumed to be the reason for a genetic change, unless we have strong evidence for selection.
Because normally you don't have like strong selection unless you've got like rapidly changing environments, rapidly changing climates, something like that that puts a lot of stress on a population. A lot of the genetic change that occurs will be more or less random. It'll be genetic drift. Yeah.
He even won the Darwin Medal for his efforts, the first Asian biologist to receive the esteemed award. And one of his most vocal critics presented it to him with a smile. Because even when biologists don't agree on everything, we often delight in the discussion and in growing our knowledge of life. Biologists today still debate Kimura's ideas and apply them to inform their understanding of the phylogenies of different species. And these are often visualized with phylogenetic trees. These nifty diagrams were created way back in the middle of the 1800s and popularized by Charles Darwin. They represent hypotheses about organisms' ancestry, including how groups have diverged or grown apart, and who's most closely related to whom.
There you go, Clipper. I think, yeah.
You might not expect a tiny canary and a toothy crocodile to have much in common, but...
Oh, but you'd be wrong. They are both archosaurian reptiles. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs.
There are lots of traits that connect them. For starters, birds and crocs both have a 4-chambered heart. They also both build nests, keep their eggs warm, and sing. I mean, to be fair, a crocodile's song is more like a yell, but just like canaries, it uses its voice to croon to lovers and tell competitors, back off!
Yeah, and there's a million other similarities too in their skeletons and in their genomes. Yeah, but those superficial things, you know, keeping eggs warm, building nests, singing, blah, 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 those can be clues as well. But really the important thing is, you know, their skeletons and their genomes.
And none of this is a coincidence. It's because birds and crocs are each other's closest living kin. And you can see this relationship illustrated on a phylogenetic tree. Evolutionarily speaking, crocs are closer to birds than they are to other reptiles like lizards or snakes.
Bingo. It is true. In fact, when we look at our tree of life here, let's jump from the II to the Sauropsida, the reptiles. Yeah. That's right here. Sauropsids. There we go, the reptiles. So birds, turtles, and crocodilians. Birds and crocodilians, they form a clade called Archosauria. This also includes dinosaurs, but non-bird dinosaurs too. But this tree doesn't really include extinct species. And so we're just left with the living ones, with birds and crocodilians. But there should be dinosaurs in between there to kind of bridge that gap, like you see here. Does that make sense? Yeah. 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 Anywho. Yeah. And let's see. And Eternized Dragon. Hang on, there's a couple of questions that you've asked. Kind of give me pause because I want to make sure that you're not thinking in terms of just so stories about evolution. When you ask, but it makes sense to think that small monkeys or predecessors, trees either with claws or developing them later, and then also growing longer hair so newborns can better cling onto them. Oftentimes, the traits that different organisms develop, we don't necessarily know why they developed those. Finding an exact why is really, really difficult. So to say that, like, oh, well, longer hair evolved so young could cling to it, we don't know that. And it's really important to realize that so that you're not getting ahead of yourself or not coming up with a just so story. You know? Yeah. There could be several plausible reasons or a mix. Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Good. I'm glad you're on the right track there. Yeah. It's more like X trait evolved, it's now used for Y. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Because different traits might be adaptations for a certain thing, but they might later be exapted for other purposes. The difference between adaptation and exaptation. Like grizzly bears, they've got these great big claws on their forelimbs. You know, they've got pretty sizable claws. And there have been some biologists and zoologists, even paleontologists, who just say, oh yeah, well those big claws, you know, those are perfect for, you know, for catching salmon. They must have evolved for that purpose. No, they did not evolve for that purpose. It's only a few select populations of grizzly bears that even eat salmon. And even fewer of those actually actively hunt them. That's not what those claws evolved for. But grizzly bears have exapted those claws to catch salmon. They already have the claws, and some populations of grizzly bears have figured out, like, oh shoot, these claws are good for catching salmon. Let's use them for that. That's not why the claws evolved, you know? Yeah. That makes sense? Yeah. Rocky Alter says it's more likely that things developed by chance and it turned out to be helpful enough that those individuals went on to reproduce and pass on those traits so they had a better chance of continuing to show up. Exactly, Rocky Alters, yeah.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And Oscar Jr.'s, thank you for the gift sub
gifted
there.
a tier 1 sub to Pep3R Pots.
Pep3R Pots. Pepper Pots. Enjoy that gift sub from Oscar Jr. Thank you, Oscar. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it's important to think about this. Like, different traits evolve for different reasons. Random mutation is why traits evolve in the first place. But some of them that pop up, they're really good for a particular thing. And the organisms that have those traits use them for something, and if that helps them have more offspring, then those traits will be passed on to the next generation and will kind of spread throughout a region, and that's how evolution occurs, you know? Yeah. Especially when there might not be a why at all, says Rocky Elders. Yeah. It's like saying that evolution is an intentionally planned action to require specific traits and adaptations, and that's not how it works. Exactly, Rocky Alters. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Rocky Alters, you're spot on there. Yeah. Implicate, how are you doing? Exactly. Having more surviving young means those traits get passed on. The traits themselves are random. Bingo, Implicate. Bingo. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. And Rocky Elder says, I'm learning! This is all your fault, Danny. I refuse to apologize.
Serious game of paleontology.
I refuse to apologize, Rocky Elders. Yeah, and thank you, Implicate, for the follow. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. How are things? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. And Stephen Ernest says, so all changes start out as random? Yeah. Yeah. Here, to help explain this a little bit, to show rather than tell, here, let me see if I can find you a clip from this documentary here. Here we go.
The unknown has led to the discovery of some of the strongest evidence for evolution.
Yeah.
Darwin was convinced
old Chucky D.
that species evolved
Charlie
over
Darwin.
time through natural selection acting on inherited traits. But he had no idea how those traits arose,
There you go, Jimbo
or
Slice.
how they were passed from
You're
generation
doing a great job,
to
Jimbo
generation.
Slice.
When 20th century scientists discovered the role DNA plays in heredity, they founded a new science called genetics.
And yeah, holy cow. So old Chucky D, he knew nothing about genetics. He didn't know that DNA existed. Nobody knew back then. It wasn't until Rosalind Franklin and a couple other guys, I forget their names, they discovered the double helix structure of DNA. Yeah, that was in what, the 1930s or 40s? 30s, right? But yeah, they had less clues to work with at the time, making it harder. Exactly, Eternized Dragon. Old Chucky D didn't know anything about genetics. Nobody knew anything about that back then. Oh, they knew DNA existed, but they did not know the chemical structure or its function, says Diagonal. You're talking about Franklin at all? Or, anyway, yeah. The point is, old Chucky Darby didn't know anything about DNA. And so when DNA was discovered, this entire idea of evolution suddenly, it could be completely overturned. It's like we've got new discoveries. This is where the rubber meets the road. Will evolution be disproven? Or will this new line of evidence confirm it? Is that even possible? Let's see what happens.
That put Darwin's theory to the test.
Yeah.
Virtually every cell in every living thing contains chromosomes, which are made of densely packed strands of DNA that function as a blueprint of the individual organism's
characteristics. Gotcha, Diagonal. Thank you, Barbara McClintock.
During
Cool.
reproduction, chromosomes from each parent replicate and shuffle their parts to produce new chromosomes.
So this is part of where we get variation. Without diversity, without variation, you would not have evolution. It's because offspring are a little bit different from their parents. That's how evolution works. You're a little bit different from your parents. Everybody watching in chat is a little bit different from your parents, unless you're a clone. How many clones do we have here in chat? Probably not very many. Even clones are like a tiny bit different in various ways. But yeah. Without that variation, you could not have evolution. Lenina stays suspiciously quiet. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go. Gravity, yeah, yeah. So this is how that works on like a granular level. This is how evolution works.
Then each parent passes chromosomes to offspring.
Yep.
But the process is imperfect.
Errors occur.
Along
you
the
get
way,
mistakes.
DNA is subject to random mutations or mistakes.
Yep.
Giving each offspring its own unique blueprint.
Bingo.
Sometimes this produces characteristics in offspring that are benign.
Yeah. Sometimes they're fine. Sometimes
Other
things
times
kind of
it
break.
produces harmful characteristics, like a misshapen wing.
Yeah, not the
But
best.
occasionally, the process gives rise to a beneficial trait.
Yeah. Sometimes exactly the wrong thing happens in exactly the right way. And you get a mutation that's beneficial.
For example, a butterfly whose coloration mimics another species that tastes bad to birds.
And Charlie's Dragon, I don't know if we have time for that one, otherwise I would show it. Yeah.
Natural
But you're on the right
selection
track,
acts
Charlie's
on
Dragon.
new traits appearing in a population. Genetics revealed the biological mechanism that gives rise to those traits in the first place.
Yep. Yeah.
And therefore you could say...
And Rhacodactylus says it's important to keep in mind as well that beneficial and maladaptive are relational concepts between organism and the environment. Yes, actually, let me that is a really important point. Let me show a clip from the... from that there with the Galapagos Finch evolution. Let's see, with the beak size and stuff. Because different traits are useful at different times. They are better or worse at different times depending on the circumstances. It's all relative.
Birds with the smallest beaks had the most trouble.
Yeah.
They were scraping about amongst the rocks, and their plumage got so worn that they could barely fly.
That year, over 80% of the medium ground finches died.
During a drought.
We would go around looking for birds that had died, and it's very sad to pick up a bird and say 3972. Oh no, not that bird. Oh.
Yeah.
When they inventoried the surviving medium ground finches, they discovered that one trait had made the greatest difference between life and death.
Yeah.
Well, I'm showing here a distribution of beak depths of the population in 1976. The survivors of this group are shown in black.
Yeah.
So the larger the beak, the better your chances.
The larger the beak, the higher the likelihood of surviving through the drought of 1977.
Yep. And so changing things like weather conditions, droughts. You know, a drought is like a really stressful time. There's very few resources, and so birds with thicker beaks might survive the best during a drought. But droughts don't last forever. And so look at what happens when the drought is over.
18.6 grams. When they looked at the offspring, they found an even greater surprise.
Yeah, they started growing thicker
The
beaks like
average
that.
beak depth was more than 4% larger than the previous generation.
Yep. So during a drought, it pays to have a bigger, thicker beak in the Galapagos like that, because it means that you can get to these seeds that exist during a drought that are much tougher. You need a bigger beak to crack them.
Natural selection had changed the average beak size.
Yeah, and that's just a random mutation. Bigger beaks aren't inherently better than smaller beaks or anything. It's not like, oh, bigger beaks are always better. But no, during these specific circumstances, during a drought, bigger beaks allow you to eat larger seeds, and larger seeds are maybe the only thing available during a drought.
Could you have ever imagined measuring and observing?
You got to eat exactly, implicate, yeah.
Time scale until you actually did it?
When we started, the answer is no. We could not imagine we would be able to do it.
But was this a fluke? Or are changes like this happening all the time?
They are happening all the time.
5 years later,
yeah.
1983, an unusually strong El Nino brought 10 times more rain than normal.
And so conditions change.
And the island was overrun by vines that covered even the cactus.
Oh boy. So those cactus seeds...
The rains changed the vegetation on the island, such that 2 years later, when drought struck, larger seeds became scarce.
Oh boy.
The birds with larger beaks now had difficulty picking up the more abundant food.
So suddenly,
the small seeds produced by the vines.
Suddenly, big, thick beaks are now a liability. Conditions have changed. And so what was like a good feature before, these larger beaks, now that's a bad thing to have. So changing conditions cause changes in populations like that. They have different selective pressures. Before, the larger beaks were selected for. You did really well with a large beak. But when the landscape changes, when you've got new conditions that arise, suddenly it pays to have a smaller beak.
That year, many more finches
That's the story of life on Earth.
Survived. And their offspring inherited smaller beaks.
Yeah.
So the selection
Rocky Elders,
swung in the opposite direction, and evolution had occurred as a result.
Yep.
In an amazingly short period of time, the grants had measured evolution of beak size not once, but twice, demonstrating that when birds encounter different environments, they will change over a very short amount of time.
Pretty cool stuff, and we'll be talking about this with Balint when we raid into Science Streams later too, as we talk about bat populations changing on different islands throughout the Solomon Island chain. But yeah. Anywho, yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool. So yeah, here, back to this video here about evolution.
Say that when modern genetics came into being, everything in Darwin's theory was at risk. Could have been overturned if it turned out that genetics contradicted the essential elements of evolutionary theory. But it didn't contradict them.
No.
It confirmed them in great detail.
Yep.
And as Miller would testify, a genetics paper published less than a year before the trial had confirmed what has long been the most inflammatory part of Darwin's theory, the common ancestry of humans and apes.
Yep. Anyway, we could go into this right now, but I'm just going to give you the link. Here, I'll give you a timestamp too. But yeah. Let's get back to our discussion of phylogeny here. We've barely gotten more than halfway through this video. I want to finish it before I wrap up the stream, so let's get back into it, shall we? Should be only another couple hours at this point. Yeah.
And whatever traits birds and crocodiles share, it's likely that their most recent common ancestor and other descendants of it had those traits too, including dinosaurs. Now, we're probably not going to find fossilized dinosaur hearts or vocal recordings to confirm this, but we do have fossils of nest building, egg protecting, feathered dinos, and a pretty strong hypothesis. So let's learn to read one of these puppies. Take the phylogeny of the 8 species of bear. Each line or branch represents a distinct lineage. Polar bears sit at the tip of this branch, and brown bears at the tip of this one. Their branches connect at this little joint or node.
So yeah, they form a clade right there. We call this a clade. And polar bears and brown bears, aka grizzly bears, they are most closely related to each other. They can even interbreed. You've probably heard of hybrids of these called growler bears or pizzly bears. A grizzly bear and a polar bear interbreeding, they can have offspring. It's because they share a recent common ancestor. They're still pretty close to each other genetically, to the point where they can still have offspring. And then further down, more distantly related, you've got American black bears, Asiatic black bears, sun bears, sloth bears, spectacled bears, and giant pandas. Giant pandas are the least similar bear to the rest of these. They diverged the earliest. And we can look at this on our tree of life, too. Let's go to bears here, the Ursidae. Way over in our mammals. Yeah. There we go. Bears. So the earliest diverging bear, about 29 million years ago, is the giant panda. They are the first to diverge. Just like you see right here. They are the first to diverge. There's many different ways of drawing a tree. It's kind of arbitrary, like where you put these different...
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And Gaza T, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So yeah. And I don't know if Growler or Pizzly bear offspring can also... I'm not sure if they're sterile or if they're viable Brachyalters, but yeah. Anyway, so this tree here is just a different way of drawing the same information that you see here. Giant pandas diverged first. Then you've got the Andean bear, aka spectacled bear. Same critter. Then you've got the Asiatic black bear, and the American black bear, and the sloth bear, and the Malaysian sun bear. You can kind of twist any of these nodes at any point, and it's arbitrary. You can twist them around. What matters is where you've got these splits that occur. But yeah, one of these days we'll do a whole stream on phylogenetic trees and cladistics and stuff. We'll probably do a series of streams on that. Do like a little mini class on that. But that's not this day.
Representing their most recent shared ancestor. Think of that node as an ancient population of bears that were neither polar nor brown bear, but the latest ancestor of both species. We don't necessarily know exactly who they were or what they looked like, so they're not pictured here, just represented by this little node. Brown bears and polar bears are what's considered sister taxa. That is, two descendants of a shared ancestor.
They're the most closely related to each other.
Slicing off their little chunk of the tree, we can think of them as a clade. A group including the ancestor and all of its descendants.
Bingo.
Out, and we can group organisms in broader clades. Like snipping at this node, groups brown bears and polar bears with 4 other bears and their more distant common ancestor. And if we go back in time even further, we find a more distant ancestor, and we add spectacled bears to the mix. New clade alert, and still deeper in the past, giant pandas split away from the other bears, forming a weird little branch all their own. But they're still...
And this is like a super fundamental concept in biology. I mean, it gets a little bit more granular, but this is the idea of common ancestry in clades. I remember having a discussion with a graduate student in physics one time, which was really frustrating because... Remember we had that troll who came in here the other day who was like, oh, you know, all science is either physics or not actually science. And it's like, I was having a conversation with somebody like this at Montana State one time. I don't know how we got it drawn. I had a good friend in physics, and he was really cool, but he had some colleagues who were frustrating to deal with, we'll say. And he just could not get this idea through his head. And it made me realize that, like, shoot, physics might seem really, really complicated. There's a lot of math involved in certain aspects of it. But these concepts here are extremely difficult for certain people to grasp, especially if they don't want to grasp it. If it's like, I don't know. It may have been like a religious block that this guy had. Where he just like did not want to understand evolution. Yeah. But it's funny how elusive this concept can be for some people, you know? Yeah. And Eternized Dragon, exactly, yeah, but I don't know, I made this point the other day that, like, physics... You're dealing with far fewer variables and fewer gray areas than you are in, say, applied physics, like chemistry. Biology can be thought of as, like, applied chemistry. You're just stacking on more and more and more levels of complexity as you go up. Physics deals with some of the most basic building blocks of the universe and their relationships, like how they work with one another. You get to added levels of complexity, and things get more complex. Up into chemistry, and up into biology, and then biology mixed with geology, which can be thought of itself as like applied chemistry. Biology and geology combined, with all of their levels of complexity combined, you have paleontology. And then you get up into other fields of science, like, shoot, like human psychology or sociology. In psychology, you're dealing with human beings, biological entities. You've got biology there, and then you've got how our minds work, everything else. You've got all of these added levels of complexity like that. It's a lot more complicated than just like, you know, the very basic building blocks of things. And I'm not saying this to denigrate physics. It's all science, you know, and we're all in this together. But you've got different levels of complexity in different scientific fields, if that makes sense. Certain fields build on other fields. And they've got a lot more variables. You've got a lot more variables in something like paleontology than you do in, say, particle physics. You know? Does that make sense? But yeah. It's harder to explain what a cat does than to explain what an atom will do. I like that a lot, Diagonal. That's beautiful. Very concise there. That's great. Yes, Diagonal, yeah. Yeah. And like cognitive science, what I do exactly, Rachidactyls. Holy, that's incredibly complicated. We've got all these societal factors in there too. Oh man, human society is complicated. Yeah. Rachidactylus says, no, that doesn't make sense. If you can't reduce a topic to a simple set of physics equations, it might as well just be guesswork. Maybe you wouldn't be shocked at the number of people who claim to believe that. You know, who will say that with a straight face. I don't know. And then you present them with something like this, and it's like, they panic. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that evolution is complicated or difficult to understand, because it isn't necessarily. Most people are just not used to thinking about it. If you kind of grew up with this idea like I did, and you have it kind of like, you know, embedded in the very fabric of your brain, and it's like, yeah, this stuff comes supernaturally to me. Supernaturally. No, it comes very natural to me. Opposite of supernatural. It's in there, you know? It's like learning a language. But for other people, it's all
version of heaven.
And Beth Blay, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, I guess this is why you kind of have to introduce these concepts early on in someone's education if you want them to really, really grasp it at a deep level, because otherwise it might be a little bit harder to pick up later in life. But that's the you know, the uphill slope that I'm trudging up here, trying to explain this to an audience here on Twitch, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And Scarlet says, well, it's true that everything is eventually physics. Well, shoot, a philosopher would argue that everything's eventually philosophy. But yeah. It isn't at all helpful to think like that. Also, physics isn't that well understood. They can derive those equations. I mean, you do have physics that underlies, stuff like chemistry, which underlies geology, which is kind of part of paleontology. So, like, you can think of those as being foundational fields that allow other fields to exist in a certain sense. Or maybe you can't. Maybe you don't have to do that. In fact, I don't think you have to do that. That's an interesting perspective, Saranlan. I guess mostly I was trying to push back against the arrogance of physics chauvinists, you know? Yeah. This idea that physics is the queen of the sciences and, you know, it's the most difficult and prestigious of all the sciences. I've never thought that. Probably because I've spoken with too many people in physics about biology, about evolution, and it's disillusioning. I'll say that. There's also a surprising amount of like weird kind of like creationism in physics circles that I've seen. Not necessarily like Christian fundamentalist creationism, but like Hindu nationalist fundamentalism. Don't get me started. But yeah. But yeah. But would be math instead of physics in that case is small quirk? That's an interesting point of view. If we're, I don't know, if we're going to talk about philosophy, I wouldn't call philosophy a science. Nor would I call mathematics a science. It's more of like, I don't know. I think of mathematics as more of a language than a science where you're falsifying hypotheses. But I don't know. We're kind of getting down to the point where, like, these distinctions really matter at the end of the day. Yeah. But yeah. Jimbo Slice says, what is biology but the most complex physics engine imaginable? Well, but even on top of biology, I might argue that, like, human psychology builds on biology as well. And you've got added levels of complexity there. And then on top of that, you have sociology. You have society. Groups of people with our weirdly complex brains that are building upon our biology. You know, yeah. And mathematics is an application, says Beth Blake? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I'm at the forefront of, I am at the very borders of my understanding about this sort of thing. I'm not a philosopher of science. I'm not somebody who studies this kind of thing. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs and study them and publish on them and talk about them here on Twitch. So I want to make sure that I'm not, you know, getting too big for my britches here. So yeah. But yeah. And let's see. Rocky Alter says, my tinfoil hat theory says that I would call that more of a hypothesis than a theory, but Rocky Alter, yeah. Anecdotally, I've kind of observed this. Rocky Alters, yeah. And Win528 says, I calls them like I sees them. I'm a whale biologist. Are you really, Win528? Are you a cetologist yourself? Very cool. But yeah, thank you, Rocky Elders, yeah. Anyway, and Le Petit Prince Encore says, only today we split the sciences into these arbitrary fields, and that's the thing, is that, like, they're nested within each other. In a way, like, I don't know. Every science today is much more integrative than I think it was in the past. As a paleontologist, I'm doing geology, I'm doing biology. Other paleontologists do phylogenetics. They might do chemistry, molecular biology. There are molecular paleontologists. There are paleontologists who mostly do computer science. Like they're trying to replicate or model how extinct organisms may have moved around with computer models. Paleontology is an extremely broad field like that. I'm using paleontology as an example because that's what I work in, and those are the people that I know. Those are my colleagues, the people that I talk to, my friends. I use all kinds of different methodologies within paleontology that might be borrowed from other fields. They may have been originally established by computer scientists or by entomologists or by chemists or whatever. Science today is this endlessly integrative, interwoven kind of endeavor where we've got so many different tools in the toolbox for trying to figure out different mysteries about the natural world. And it's, you know, what a time to be alive. What a time to be a scientist. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Microbiology, there you go, Killer Dave. Yeah, absolutely. There are so many different paleontologists who study fossilized microorganisms. Foraminifera, radiolaria, diatoms, critters like that. Extraordinarily important. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, you're just a fan of Futurama and whales. Oh, gotcha, Win528. I didn't... That reference sailed over my head. Yeah. And you're a journalist, Beth Blight. Very cool. Yeah. And Rocky Alters, I'm not trying to claim that paleontology is superior to other fields of science, but I can tell you one thing. A few months ago, I went with Ios to the movies, and we saw this movie film, Oppenheimer, and it was cool. It was neat how it was kind of a celebration of science in a certain way, but also dealt with a lot of the moral ambiguity. It came with building the atomic bomb, which was used as a weapon of war and caused so much incredible human suffering. My kind of main takeaway after that was like, oh boy, I'm so glad that fossil science doesn't have these kinds of moral quandaries in it. To my knowledge, nobody has ever used fossil science to wipe out a city or, kill hundreds of thousands of people in an instant. Nor hopefully will it ever be used for that. But on the flip side of it, that's why we don't have any money. Paleontology cannot be used to vaporize children halfway around the globe, or, turn someone into pink mist in a country that you don't like. We don't have that kind of military application in fossil science. Thank goodness for that, So we're not part of the military-industrial complex, and, but that comes with a lack of funding, During the Cold War, physicists were incredibly well-funded here in the United States. We saw a little bit of that. We were able to take some of those table scraps, the crumbs that fell down from the great, military-industrial complex table. We were able to scoop some of those up as paleontologists during the Cold War, but nowadays much of our funding comes from the interested public, or I don't know. Yeah. Let out some disease, petite risk. Let's hope not. Yeah. But yeah, the paleontological military complex. Etern Ice Dragon. Thank goodness that's not a thing. Yeah. But yeah. Implicate, oh no. Anyway, yeah. And Rakadactylus says, I'd rather be funded by an interested public than because some military thinks they can translate my work into a way to hurt people. Yeah. The moral high ground can be nice to stand on, but it doesn't put food on your table. This is an example of that. I'm able to make my living here on Twitch, doing science outreach streams 5 days a week, doing fieldwork during the summers. It's sometimes a meager living, but I'm incredibly lucky to have this. I have enough money to pay my bills and put a little bit of money in savings every month, which is really, really awesome, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. That said, this is more money than I have ever made as a paleontologist working for a museum or working for the state or something like that. The most money I've ever made in an official capacity as a paleontologist outside of Twitch was $10 an hour. And that was working 40-hour weeks in the field out in the Hell Creek or Judith River formations in Montana. $10 an hour. I was paid for 40 hours a week. I was working like 70 hours a week or more. It was really like 14-hour days, 7 days a week. Yeah. What's 14 times 7? My times tables only went up to 12 in 3rd grade when I was learning my multiplication table. But yeah. Oh. But yeah. And Salamander says, hey, I know that feeling. Yeah. Working 98-hour weeks. Getting paid for 40-hour weeks. At $10 an hour. And I was so lucky to have that, because I had friends and colleagues who were out there doing the same work that I was doing, and they weren't getting paid. They had to volunteer at the time. You know? I guess part of why I was getting paid is because I had my own vehicle. And I had to pay for fuel and everything, too. But, like, sometimes we could use the gas card for my vehicle, too. But, like, you supply all your own equipment, your own tent, everything else. Yeah. So anyway. And Implicate says if everyone who works for a corrupt entity would just quit, that entity would cease to exist. I understand people gotta eat, but we are perpetuating our own exploitation. But the thing is, yeah, I don't know. On the other hand, though, if you have principled people who work in fields like that, then they might be reducing harm to a certain extent, or if you just had completely mercenary people. But I don't know. These systems are unjust from top to bottom. You know? No ethical consumption under capitalism and all that. You know how it works, Implicate. I wish we could just, say, stop everything. Let's reorganize society in a way that's just, a way that values people's humanity. In a way that doesn't exploit people or. But it hasn't happened yet. Maybe someday. But yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video here, and let's talk about bear phylogenetics here.
Still within that big bear clade by the name of Ursidae, because they descended from the same bearish ancestor as the others. Giant pandas and red pandas, you might notice, go by a similar common name and sit near each other on our tree. But they're not each other's closest genetic relatives. The clue is the node nearest the red panda branch shared with
Rocky Alters, I'm glad you've enjoyed this today,
That's the most recent ancestor that red pandas share with another species. Phylogenetic trees like this one can be drawn vertically, horizontally, or even diagonally.
And they can be drawn in a fractal way too, like our tree of life that we have right here. It doesn't actually matter how you draw the tree, as long as you're portraying the same information. Who's most closely related to whom, where the nodes are, all that good stuff. Again, that can be a source of confusion for some people. But yeah.
Phylogenetic trees like this one can be drawn vertically, horizontally, or even diagonally. Like this.
But again, to go back to that, you'll see the relationships are the same, no matter how we draw it.
Trees like this one can be drawn vertically, horizontally, or even diagonally. Like this tree shows evolutionary relationships among fish, frogs, lizards, mice, and humans, who all have a common ancestor way back when. But we humans share an ancestor with mice more recently than with fish. So you've got more to talk about with the rodents at the pet store than the goldfish. And that makes some sense. but it might come as a surprise that water-loving frogs are more...
And Beth Blaze says red pandas and raccoons are related. That's so cool. Yeah, you bet. Here, let's take a look. Yeah, we'll go from bears. Well, yeah, shoot. It's right there. We've got our bears right here, and then red pandas are right over there. Yeah, here it's showing the ancestor of the pinnipeds as being closer to bears than red pandas are, but you can actually flip these around. You can spin this node right here. You could have red pandas here and the pinnipeds here. Yeah. But yeah, bears are... Oh, red pandas and also raccoons. Raccoons are over here. Raccoons, olingos, and more. Yeah. Red pandas, pinnipeds, which are seals, sea lions, and walruses, and bears. Yeah, that makes so much sense. But wow, yeah, Beth Blake. Oh, I love that when someone watching has got a realization like this, and suddenly it clicks. You know, raccoons and red pandas. They look similar to one another because they're related. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Eternized Dragon, yeah, different critters that have got, raccoons are not among these, but, non-mammal animals, non-mammal tetrapods tend to see more colors than mammals do. So like a crow or a raven, they just look black to us, but to each other, you've got splashes of color, you've got that iridescence. They can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. Birds can. Pretty much all other reptiles can. They can perceive colors that we can't even imagine. Our brains are not wired for that, because we only have like 3 types of color cells in our eyes. Birds and their dinosaur ancestors, 4, tetrachromatic vision, which is pretty cool to think about. All the cool stuff we can't see exactly at Eternized Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, same goes for flowers, yeah, yeah. So, well, certain species of insect can see different patterns on flowers that we can't perceive because they've got a different, you know, a set of color perception cells in their eyes. They can't see red, by the way. Bees cannot see the color red, which is why if you look at hummingbird feeders, they're usually mostly red with a little bit of yellow for differentiation. That's to deter bees. Bees are not attracted to the color red. They can't perceive it, apparently. So bees and wasps and other hymenoptera insects like that, occasionally bees or wasps figure out that they can get nectar from these, and it's like, oh shoot, game over. Get rid of the hummingbird feeder. It's just going to be swarmed by wasps now. But that's why they're usually red, is because bees and wasps not attracted to the color red. They can't see it. Like, they don't... It's like gray to them, basically. But hummingbirds can see it. So that's why hummingbird feeders are red. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Red without accidental ultraviolet markings, says Diagonal, which bees could also see. There you go. Bingo. And I bet you there have been hummingbird feeders that people have created that accidentally attract bees because there's some sort of like ultraviolet patterning on there or something that we're not aware of, and you just have to throw those ones out. It's like, shoot, let's start over. I don't know what we did wrong, but start over, because we can't see that, you know? Yeah. And Rhacodactylus is a biologist friend of mine who studies bees and crickets, has a red light bee room, so he and his students can study them while they're asleep by just having the red light on. Very cool, Rhacodactylus. Very cool. Yeah. And Dino Wolf says, I've heard that bluebird species like blue jays and kingfishers aren't blue. Is that true? Yeah, to other birds, they probably look more vibrant than that. It's probably not just blue, it's probably other stuff too. But yeah. Yeah. And Diagonal says flowers that attract bees are mostly blue and yellow, which birds can see. Which bees can see, or have ultraviolet markings that are not visible to humans. There you go, Diagonal, yeah. Yeah. Also, have you ever worn a certain color shirt or other article of clothing, and then you just have all these bees or wasps bothering you? There might be something like in the ultraviolet spectrum or something about that particular shade of yellow that's just attractive to bees and wasps. I had a shirt like that when I was a kid, and every time I would wear it, there'd just be all these bees just flocking to me. Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Sounds like a good prank, says Jim. But yeah. Lydia says, I had a swimsuit like that when I was younger. It was terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway. You could see how, I don't know, in a pre-science culture, somebody might have a superstition about that. Like, oh, you know, it's angering the spirits of the world. But, like, when we actually understand this in a scientific way, you start to put the pieces together and figure out what's really going on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm allergic and don't want bees around me at all. Yeah, Ricodactylus, do some reading about that. Certain colors will attract bees and their friends. But yeah, yeah. And some sunblocks are visible to bees. Yeah, there you go, Diagonal. Some kinds of sunscreen with or what do they call it in the UK? They don't call it sunscreen. They call it, I forget. Denver Fowler, my old crew chief, always called it something different. And I'm like, that sounds weird. Sun cream. Yeah, there you go, Lenina. Yeah, sun cream. Yep. Real Men Grew Beards. Yep. Yep. Put on me sun cream. Yeah, I don't know if it's UVA or UVB reflective or broad spectrum, but there's like a certain kind that it does attract insects. Yeah. We also call it suntan lotion, which we do here in the States too, Nostalgia Nerd. Yeah. How you doing, Nostalgia Nerd? It's good to see you. Yeah. Here, let's get back to our video here. Phylogenetic tree. Here we go. Yeah.
Frogs, lizards, mice, and humans, who all have a common ancestor way back when. But we humans share an ancestor with mice more recently than with fish. So you've got more to talk about with the rodents at the pet store than the goldfish. And that makes some sense. But it might come as a surprise that water-loving frogs are more closely related to people than they are to fish. And that's because frogs...
Well, to ray-finned fish, at least, like this tuna here. Or, who is that? Skipjack? It's not a yellowfin or bluefin tuna. Anyway, yeah. Technically, every animal that you see here is a fish. They all evolved from a fishy ancestor here. We should say ray-finned fish or actinopterygian fish for these guys, so as not to be confusing. But
frogs and fish's most recent shared ancestor lived longer ago than the shared ancestor of humans and frogs.
And Jimbo Slice, that's 1,000,000% true. Yes, of course. All British people refer to popsicles as cold on the cob.
Beyond telling us how organisms are related, phylogeny can also help us answer cool questions like, where did feathers come from?
Yep.
We've seen traces of feather-like appendages on dinosaurs from the Cretaceous period, and scientists believe...
I like that my Archaeopteryx that I have here in my office looks more realistic than the one that I have stock footage of here in this video. Like, I'm proud of that. Mine looks closer to the actual Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx than this one does. That's special, I think. Here, let me grab it. I will have this up on the wall for Thursday Birds Day tomorrow. But this one looks a lot closer to the original. This is my 3D print of the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. Mine looks a lot closer to the original than this one does. Yeah. Yeah, here, let's see. So there is an image of the original, genuine Berlin Archaeopteryx, and there's mine right there. Yeah. Looks a lot closer than this one. Yeah. Yeah. And Atlas Brood says, Danny, can you walk me through the phylogenetic tree for tea versus coffee Arabica? I looked at one tree, but it loads weird, and I'm having a hard time understanding where they cross over common ancestor. Atlas Brood, you bet. Here. Coffee Arabica. That is going to be way over here in your flowering plants. Angiosperms. Yeah. And yeah, the coloration. The way I painted it looks more realistic. Triple Ninja, yeah. There we go. Coffee right there. Endangered? Uh-oh. Watch out, caffeine addicts. But let's get to, I think there's so many different kinds of plant that we get tea from. But, let's just search tea. Genus Camellia is pretty far away, it looks like. Wow. Yeah, pretty far away. Tea. Camellia. So, we can use this feature to go from coffee to tea. Yeah. So their common ancestor would have been... Yeah, common ancestor would be there, I guess? Yeah. Which, that's interesting. It doesn't actually have a date here. I guess maybe we do... It doesn't try and give a date for when these different organisms diverge from one another. But asterids... Do we not have good molecular phylogenies for plants? Plants also sometimes have horizontal gene transfer, so I can see why that would get complicated and troublesome. But yeah. So I guess their common ancestor would be right here. Yeah. Don't even include a clade name, but there you go. Yeah. Plants are weird, animals are easier. I mean, honestly, yeah, Beards. Plants get complicated. Diagonal could tell you about that. Diagonal says the common clade is the Euasterids. We have great molecular phylogenies for the flowering plants. Very cool. Thank you, Diagonal. Let's take a look at a tree, the asterids. When did they have a common ancestor? It's got to be back in the Cretaceous, right? Yeah. Yeah, they have to have a common ancestor back in the Cretaceous period, probably like 80 million years ago or older. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And then Aracali's commenty, Duriantalis contains coffee. Thank you, Diagonal. Cool. Yeah. So wonderful to have somebody so well-versed in botany here in this chat. I appreciate you, Diagonal. Yeah. And Rocky Alters, hey, enjoy your dinner. Sorry I missed that. But thank you for being here, Rocky Alters. I appreciate you. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? Do you want to come say hello? Hey. We've got another landlord visit here. Hey, sweetie. Do you want to come say hello? Ooh, you know that sound. And coffee is more closely related to lettuce than to tea. Interesting diagonal. That's very cool. Ooh. There's Sweetie Pie. Yeah. How are you doing, sweetie? Look at you. Good stuff. Yeah. It's possible that some dinosaurs from the Cretaceous period were eating tea plant or coffee plant. Well, coffee and tea hadn't evolved yet. They just share a common ancestor back then. But those plants didn't exist yet. Their common ancestor would have, but those plants are modern in their... Yeah. Yeah. Is that good stuff, Sweetie Pie? What do you think? What do you think, sweetie? Yeah. What a beautiful cat. Thank you, Implicate. Yeah, this is Sweetie Pie. She's one of my landlords. She and the other two cats lived here before I moved in. So I'm pretty lucky they like me so much. Otherwise, I'd be out on the street. Yeah. There's three cats who live here, Atlas Brood. 3 cats. Yeah. Their names are Moon Pie, Mini Pie, and Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Sweetie Pie is the most recent addition, but even she got here before I did. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. And Jimbo Slice says, we share an ancestor with coffee somewhere? We do, Jimbo Slice, we do. Let me show you. We'll go back to our Tree of Life here. Let's do coffee and Homo sapiens. Let's find our common ancestor. We gotta go pretty far back, because plants and animals diverged about 2 billion years ago. The origin of the eukaryotes. Eukaryotes are critters that have a nucleus in their cell. It's cool stuff. So yeah. Massachusetts guy says, no way. Lol. No, yeah. All living things on Earth share a common ancestor. And we think that common ancestor lived between 3.8 and 4 billion years ago. But all living things on Earth have DNA. Every living thing has got DNA. And different living things will have different levels of similarity in their DNA. And that's how we can tell who is more closely related to whom. Yeah. Luca, the last universal common ancestor. Bingo, Rhacodactylus.
Straight up.
Yeah. So yeah. I am part coffee. Noted. Well, you probably have coffee in your system, Gravity, but by that logic, you would also be, part everything. Here, let me... Let's see... I probably ought to bookmark this one, huh? But yeah. So, human beings, we evolved from earlier creatures. We can trace that evolution back in the fossil record, and we also get a lot of evidence from that through our genome and the genome of every other critter on Earth. But the ancestor of all living things would be like a quote-unquote proto-cell like this, about 4 billion years ago. So this would be the same ancestor that we share with every other living thing on Earth. Then you had the first cells like this, and then at different points here, this would branch off to get to other critters. And like you can kind of look at it with this tree here. So you've got the eubacteria over here. They branch off and they just do their bacterial thing. But if you want to go up toward humans, you get to the eukaryotic cells, where cells evolve nuclei right there. And then, yeah, you can keep following that until you get to people. So yeah, Lucid Dreams is absolutely amazing. And this is, again, like, this is mind-blowing for a lot of people, and I'm really glad that you're excited about this and interested in it, and it's like, it's so cool to be able to introduce this to people watching. But this 1,000,000% should have been covered in school, and it was not for so many people. That's what's so frustrating sometimes, is that, like, this stuff is incredible. It's wonderful. It gives you a different perspective on the world around us and all these other living things that we share a common ancestry with, to varying degrees, like at varying levels of similarity, going all the way back to the very beginnings of life on Earth. It's so cool to understand this, and I wish more people had this understanding. I wish, to a certain extent, I wish I didn't have to talk about this. I wish this were common knowledge, because it's so cool. But again, it doesn't get taught in schools, in the US for the most part, because you've got religious fundamentalists who fight tooth and nail to keep this out of the textbooks. They don't want you to learn about this. They don't want you to feel that wondrous feeling when you realize that we share a common ancestor with every other living thing on our planet. We are all Earthlings together. They don't want you to know that. They're threatened by the very notion of that. They're terrified of that idea. What a small, cloistered, provincial life that must be. You know, to not have the kind of perspective that comes with an understanding of natural history. To keep people's lives small and insulated, and to prevent them from having that kind of cosmic perspective, you know? What a scummy thing to do, to keep people from learning about this. All this knowledge that we as paleontologists and molecular biologists and, you know, geneticists, people who study all these different branches of the biological sciences, to try and keep that knowledge out of the textbooks and prevent folks from learning that. I don't know. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing here on Twitch. That's what this is all about. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk to you about this. And it brings me such joy when folks feel inspired by that. It's a reminder that, in some small way, what I'm doing here matters. Oh yeah. And there you go, Lucid Dream. You were lucky. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. With that being said, it's time to wrap up this part of the stream today. Don't go away. And holy cow, Massachusetts guy, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That is excellent. Here. Thank you, Massachusetts guy. I am just as excited as this Tinimu bird is for those 10 gift subs. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Massachusetts guy is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Almost as excited. Massachusetts guy. Thank you for that. Extraordinary. That is really lovely, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. There's 10 people in the chat now who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. I will maybe be leaving for the field before anybody has to watch any ads. Those,
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Teramu.
Teramu gifted a tier 1 sub to Killer27872787.
We've got a hype train going here. That is excellent.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I often do science streams. I was just about to raid into you science streams so we could start our scientist chat for the evening. But yeah. Here. I think as we get ready for that, and as this hype train continues along the tracks here, I will, give you a link to this video that we were watching about phylogeny, right there. And then let's pull up another video, too. Some unity between physicists and paleontologists. Do we have anybody familiar with Richard Feynman in the chat? Salamander.
Salamander gifted a tier 1 sub to Commodore256.
Thank you.
103 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Salamander. Holy cow, do I appreciate
lived
that.
a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Spartan. 1,000 bits there.
YES move.
Thank you, Spartan. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. That is extraordinary. Way to extend the stream. I know, right? Yeah. Here, this is from a documentary, a interview documentary with the British Broadcasting Corporation and Richard Feynman from what, the 1960s, I think. But I like to bring this up because this reminds me of the scientist chats that I do with Belinda at Science Streams. You know, approaching scientific questions from different realms of expertise. Yeah.
Enthusiastically explored. But
here we go.
Different possibilities.
What I think is interesting. Yeah, even if it's wrong.
Common ground is enthusiastically explored. But is it only shared experience and knowledge that forms a bond between working scientists and separates them from us, the interested layman, or even the artist?
I mean, scientific fields are becoming so specialized and they're so varied.
Hey Ken, how are you doing? Welcome.
More in common with, say, a paleontologist or someone in a branch of science very far removed from yours than you would with a playwright or a poet.
Absolutely, especially if he's a good paleontologist. Because he's a good paleontologist, he's not just looking at old rocks. He's looking at the history of the Earth. He's looking when he stands and he looks at his own fingers. And he knows it's got 5 bumps. And he thinks of how did it evolve with 5 bumps. It's got the same as whales and so on. And we keep talking about the importance of the fact that the thumb opposes. Then we can start discussing, is it really so important that the thumb exposes?
And that's really cool coming on, you know. And Kelthaden, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
Or the size of the brain.
And there you go, Claire. I know, right?
Talk about this stuff. That's close to his field. Dolphins have bigger brains than we are. They have a signaling system, and you get interested in that. And you start to discuss all that they know about dolphins, and you complain that the way the United States Navy has been doing its experiments is not right, and we ought to find out more about dolphins. And you go on and on. You talk, those are things of the day. They're just as good, but you can go on and on. With I talk to a playwright or something, I find, because I don't go to plays or something, I don't find
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur?
What? Ashbeam, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing.
To talk to them. I don't get much out of it.
I was going to say, this is because you can talk to scientists in other fields, presumably because you read the scientific magazines, presumably, and hear the scientific gossip rather than...
No, because we don't have to have magazines or gossip. We think originally. We think of a new idea. We talk to each other and we try to look at something from a new point of view, and we delight each other in a new point of view. And when you're talking to somebody else who's trying to think of something new, different, and he thinks he's thought about the whales or the dolphins, and he has some little thing he's thought of that's a little different than the thing that you've thought of. And so when you're talking back and forth, he's excited by your point of view about dreams, and you're excited by his little...
Dinosaurs lived.
And Kennedy, thank you for the 1,000 bits.
Terrible lizards, don't you know?
Extraordinary. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kennedy, for those 1,000 bits. That is lovely. Yes. Yeah. And 5 minutes talking about whales too. Yeah. Larger animals propagate it. I don't know, Atlas Brood. That's outside of my realm of expertise. Yeah. Yeah. And Atlas Brood, you bet. Here's the link. Right here. Good stuff. Yeah.
Different than the whales or the dolphins, and he has some little thing he's thought of that's a little different than the thing that you've thought of. And so when you're talking back and forth, he's excited.
And Shakespeare. Well. Oh, listen to that hot new sound. Thank you, Shakespeare, for the raid.
Shakespeare has a new sound for their 4 listeners.
How did your stream go, Shakespeare? It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I hope it went really well. We are talking about confluence between different scientific fields and kind of what unites scientists. And so we're watching this old clip with Richard Feynman, you know, one of the better known physicists to come out of the United States. And he's talking about, like, you know, finding common ground with hypothetical paleontologists like myself. Yeah.
Talk to each other, and we try to look at something from a new point of view, and we delight each other in a new point of view. And when you're talking to somebody else who's trying...
Anyway, Shakespeare, I hope you had a wonderful stream. I love your username, by the way. That is one of the ways that old Billy Shaky, old Willie S., William Shakespeare actually spelled his name, right? He spelled it in a bunch of different ways. I believe your username is one of those, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah.
We think of a new idea. We talk to each other, and we try to look at something from a new point of view, and we delight each other in a new point of view. And when you're talking to somebody else who's trying to think of something new, different, and he thinks he's thought about the whales or the dolphins, and he has some little thing he's thought of that's a little different than the thing that you've thought of. And so when you're talking back and forth, he's excited by your point of view about dreams, and you're excited by his little observation that he has made about dreams, if he has happened to have thought about that.
Yeah.
But the point is...
and I love that he has a revelation in the middle of this. He's like, oh shoot. He's like, no, I was wrong. I love this part. Yeah.
Our backgrounds give us a slightly different point of view. I mean, a scientific background. Like I specialize in physics, to say he specializes in paleontology. So his information on dreams might be more deeper, more evolutionary. For example, he can't, we don't have a way of telling, I suppose, about the evolution of dreams, but he might know, for example, about other animals. He might have thought about whether other animals dream, and what the signs are, and all other things that I hadn't thought of. I can't make it up now because I'm not the paleontologist, but I believe that, yes, I find always that a good man...
when he says man, he means a worker in a particular field, or like person. You know, it's the 60s. He's going to say man. But, yeah.
I believe that, yes, I find always that a good man... I take it all back. A good man... I've talked to good men in other fields. There's certain kinds of men in every field that I can talk to as well as I can talk to a good scientist. I met a historian, or a writer of history, from France once, and I had a marvelous conversation with him. Maurois, his name was André Maurois. And then I met an artist, Robert Irwin, who's a very important artist in Los Angeles in modern art, and I could talk to him at the same depth of excitement. So I take it all back. If you give me the right man,
right person,
in any field,
human,
I can talk to him. I know what the condition is, that he did whatever he did as far as he can go, that he studied every aspect of it as far as he has stretched himself to the end. He's not a dilettante in any way. And so he talked deep, as far as he can go, and therefore he's up against mysteries all the way around the edge. And awe. And we can talk about mystery and awe. That's what we have in common.
Yeah. That's what these conversations with Balint from Science Streams remind me of. So we're about to jump into one of those right now. So let's do that. Here we go. Don't go away, because I'm not going offline. I'm raiding into Science Streams for our weekly scientist crossover discussion. So let's get into that. Thank you to everybody who has contributed to this stream today, either in terms of moderating. Thank you, moderators. In terms of following or raiding in terms of helping out financially with a subscription or with gifts or with cheering. You keep me off the streets, and I appreciate that very much. Maybe you contributed by discussing, by enthusing, by asking questions, by asking for clarification, whatever. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for making this such a fun discussion today. I had a blast on today's stream. I hope you did too. It's a really fun one. And it's a reminder of why I do what I do. So thank you very much for this. We're gonna go say hello and talk for a couple hours with Balint of Science Streams. Balint and his wife Lita are both molecular and systems biologists. They've got their PhDs from Dartmouth. They work on genes. They work on insects. They work on a whole variety of different things. Consummate scientists both. We're going to have a chat with Balint. We're going to go over some new scientific papers. So join me for that.